He's just gone.
PKA 685 with our guest, Scott Sullivan. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoDistro.com. And of course, as always, Lock and Load. A couple of wonderful products. Talk more about them later. Scott Sullivan, MMA. From Fish Tank fame, professional fighter. Thank you for joining us tonight.
What's going on, guys? How we doing tonight?
Doing solid. So you just wrapped up season 2 of Fish Tank. You were part of season 1 also. How did you get kind of in that group with Sam and the Jet Neptune gang?
Well, a couple years ago, I hit up Sam, and I actually had a question for him because I was going to send something to someone, and I didn't want it to be like, annoying. That's kind of how I broke the ice with him, and he knew me as a boxer. So when he decided he was going to go on his Fight Hassan arc, I just kind of hit him up like, yo, if you need help, I got you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then one thing just kind of led to another, and now here I am.
So you and Sam get into a fight. How's that go?
Not fun. I'll say that much.
Get out.
Dudes,
really?
Yeah, dudes. But like I'm a big dude, but I'm not big enough as to where I kind of know I'm big, right?
What weight class do you fight in?
What's that?
What weight class do you fight in?
Well, when I'm in shape, I fight 170, maybe 175, somewhere around there.
Okay. Yeah. So you walk around in the 190s? Question mark?
No, I'm fat as hell right now. I'm like 230.
Okay.
Been there. Yeah, been there. I've made a couple trips to 230. It's a rough place to be. You're a tall guy though, like 6'2" or so?
No, I'm like 6 feet even.
Okay. And so you with your training though, you couldn't take Sam? Maybe I give way too much credence to the training in the boxing world.
Me too.
No. I mean, like, I know how to fight dudes like Sam. Right. I'm just saying that it wouldn't be easy, especially because even from the get-go, I was kind of impressed by his ability to like understand himself. He uses his physicalities. He's very much a bully. Right. It's not that I'm like, oh no, I don't think I could beat him. Like if it came down to it and we had to fight, which would never happen. We're both too chill for that. But if we had to fight, like I think I know how I could try to go about it, but it wouldn't be pretty.
Don't keep it a secret. What's your strategy? What's your how are you gonna get Sam?
Well, first I'm gonna stash a knife in my cup. Right? That's what I'm gonna
Solid
do.
Slice him up.
Dickless.
Yeah,
dickless. Cut yourself, bleed out down your leg, femoral artery. Win by default for Sam. Yeah, I wouldn't want to box. I wouldn't want to box anyone. Like seeing people
boxing though. I said fight. I thought he was going to say take it to the ground or something, but he didn't mention that.
Yeah, I mean, if I could end up on top, I would, because that's kind of the way that I like to grapple. I don't like being on bottom. I'm very much a top, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I like to think I'd be a top if I wrestled.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to be a switch. You got to handle it wherever it goes.
A power bottom, maybe.
That's a good point. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Yeah, I mean, like if it came down to it, and I was able to grapple, because that's the thing is he like, I rolled with him the first time on Fish Tank season 2. Right before that, we had never done any kind of grappling, and if I had to like hand him a belt, if I had to reach into like something and pull out a belt and be like, here you go, it'd probably be like a blue belt with a couple of stripes. So like he's not actually. He knows kind of what he's doing a little bit. And then on top of that, his understanding of his own physicality and just being like, nah, I'm going to bully. I'm not worried about trying to be Mr. Technical or anything like that. That's where it would kind of be tough. It's not just some big dude who's like flailing. There's a calculation to him.
Yeah.
He seems to have a little courage.
Yeah,
that would have been, can you like, if he would have got fucked up in that fight versus that dude, and the dude he fought was another big dude, like jacked guy. But if he would have gotten shit rocked by that guy and knocked out, like that would be devastating for him. Like for his like the perception of him, like suddenly that whole joke about like Hassan Piker, fight me. Like suddenly that is out the window. That you can't do that anymore. Because now you just respond with a gif of you getting shit rocked by some dude in a YouTube boxing match. Like that did take like, you can't, it wasn't a Boogie and Wings fight where like, of course it took bravery for them to take their shirts off and get up there. But like Wings at no point thought, oh, fuck, Boogie might really piece me up. Like, no, but Boogie knew he was going to get owned and Wings knew he was going to own him. I would be like watching you instruct them, like those goofballs, the fish tank contestants on boxing, and me having no boxing experience. Like you like to imagine that, like, yeah, I get in that situation and like I would look kind of crisp and like I wouldn't make a total fool idiot of myself. But then I watch these people do it and I'm like, no, that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be like not leaning in with my hips, like playing patty cake, looking like an idiot. Was that frustrating to deal with, or exactly what you expected?
I mean, it's exactly what I expected, because I teach kids and adults, but mostly kids. So like, in certain ways, it's actually better because I mean, they're not hyper. They're not like running around like throwing stuff. You know, it's you know, it's just dealing with people who are not athletic in any way, shape, or form. So it's like, all right, whatever. If I'm not going to scream at this like little kid, I probably shouldn't be screaming at this adult.
Yeah,
I remember one time I saw the U.S. Army training some Afghanis to be like, you know, we wanted to prop them up like, hey, you're going to take over now. You'll look after this place, and they're doing jumping jacks. You know, and we all did that in school. You got the teacher in front. He gives you a little demonstration, and then everybody falls in line. Not a single Afghani could do a fucking jumping jack. The concept was so foreign to them. You got to imagine these grown men have never seen a jumping jack before, but they're also uncoordinated as well. It was just lots of weird scissory.
You're not thinking
stuff.
of Iraq, are you? Was it definitely Afghanistan?
I mean, I don't really make
I've
much.
seen this footage.
It was guys in turbans with no dexterity jumping around.
It was one of those.
They were clapping.
It was empires we toppled.
One of the problems with that
Empire's
footage, if
generous.
it's the same one I saw, was they weren't taking it seriously enough. Third graders learning jumping jacks in elementary school, or at least like trying to get it right. They're laughing at their own incompetence, and I'm like, someone needs to suck the fun out of this environment. It's boot camp.
There's too much fun in the Taliban. Yeah, but then again, maybe having fun wins wars. They did win.
Yeah. Well, no, these were the
have a good time, enjoy yourself.
Yeah,
no, these were the guys that
Don't
we
take it
left
too
to be
serious.
like tortured to death. These guys didn't win. These guys didn't win at all. No.
Is that like in Inglourious Bastards when they have to like do a 3 like that? Maybe that's how they suss out Taliban. They make them do jumping jacks, and if they can do it, they're like, he is American, and then they American spy, fuck his ass up. But then if they like have no rhythm,
Is the jumping jack not like a global sort of calisthenic?
Apparently not. And it's easy to poke fun until you see, have you seen videos of like 8-year-old Chinese kids in a grid 500 by 500 doing like punches and shit?
See, that's horse shit though, because like if we want, first of all, that's propaganda. That's not, they didn't just pop into some random elementary school the way Gorbachev, remember when Gorbachev came over and they took him to a grocery store and he was like, bullshit. That's not what American drive me around. I'll pick the store. And he picks the store and he goes in and he's shocked. Thousands of products. Every aisle is full. Nothing's missing. Every space is full. Cried. That's when the fucking Soviet Union.
Dude, that's so funny. You answered like one clear propaganda with another. Like you really think Gorbachev was like openly weeping at oranges?
I'm dispelling propaganda. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite.
There was never a grain shortage in Russia. No, there was huge food shortages.
Have you? I mean, you look at the shelves now.
I was know that there are no bread lines in Russia.
Kyle combated the Chinese propaganda with the affirming Gorbachev one, and I was combating that propaganda with even more insane propaganda.
What I'm saying is, on the other hand, while Gorbachev could go to any grocery store in America and say this one, and it would be equally like full and stocked up, you can't go to any random Chinese elementary school and say, all right, show me that big grid where you all look like a tiger's mouth eating the capitalist West. Show me that real quick. Yeah. And they'd all be like abacusing their way to nothing. No, it's bullshit. They've got some like all-stars. It's the same way like the Soviets used to pay chess players and ballet dancers and stuff like that. They're like, look, our culture's so amazing. Like, you paid these people. This whole program. It's bullshit. It's propaganda.
I think they leaned into chess because they happened to have a lot of the good chess guys. And so they were like, this is going to be our thing. We're going to make it into a huge deal. And then America is like, well, if they say it's a huge deal, it's got to be a big deal. We got to be the best at this. We got to find some fucking weirdo. Like, who was the chess guy who was funny Bobby Fischer? Yeah, we needed to find our own little Bobby.
I think America did a more clever thing. Deep Blue, right? We invented the computer that beats everybody at chess, and that's the end of the story.
How does that work now? Like, I remember that.
At this point, computers fuck chess players. Your phone is the best chess player to have ever lived.
That's embarrassing.
It knows all the moves.
Are we better than computers at anything now?
Yes, that
Track and
they get
field.
Go.
Track and field, yeah.
Isn't the game called Go? Isn't the game called Go?
Oh, yeah, I know the game. I know of the game Go.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a
the
Chinese
game,
right?
Yeah, and apparently it's very cerebral. There's a lot of black and white. Yeah, there's huge grids of maybe black and white marbles or chips. I watched a documentary about it and how I think that maybe the computers can't beat the best players of that.
Is it like just a for now thing? Like, they just haven't got around to it. Because even Deep Blue, like they knew or Woody, you were like an adult at that time, like a young adult. Like, were there any people who were like, they'll never have a computer that can always beat Gary Kasparov or whatever? Like,
exactly. And then when Deep Blue started winning, they started giving excuses like, well, Deep Blue has seen Gary's previous games and Gary has not seen Deep Blue's previous games. He understood Deep Blue's tendencies and such that he would beat it, or so they say. But that is in the past now. Now computers just beat you. Don't ask any questions. You can't win.
I think recently there was some kind of a competition somewhere, or maybe I just read it on Reddit. They were programming a game, and maybe a poker bot or something like that. And the guy's like, I overslept. I just wrote it this morning. It says, "Go all in if in hand, go all in." And it won like the state competition because everyone else's programs just fold at an all in. Every other program folds to an all in, so he just sweeps the whole thing.
That's
none
hilarious.
Of the other bots play against him.
Damn.
I wonder if the reason that we're not winning Go, or I see Zach said Gran Turismo, Pokemon, and Monopoly all can't be beaten by AI.
Yeah, nobody beats me in Monopoly.
But is anyone trying? Is that why we're better at Go also? Like if we devoted the kind of IBM was at a time one of the very few companies that did a lot of pure research. IBM, Bell Labs, and the list might stop there. Like I don't have any radio. And so IBM was putting these PhD level geniuses on both hardware and software to solve this chess problem, and they did. And chess is a big time game where there's some incentives to get this right. I'm just competitive and recreational. In Go, who's working on that?
Is it possible that like the U.S. government was like helping to fund IBM's computer to beat the Soviets because it's a good look?
That's a guarantee.
I would. Yes, I would think that's.
And when you're done, we would also like this bot. It will be flying our drones to kill brown people.
Oh yeah, that's like a guarantee. They see a little success there, and they're like, all right, money behind this, boom, and things are about to get a little more serious in your corporate culture. Like
government conspiracies are tricky. Like if you believe the government is always telling the truth, then you're a fool. But if you believe the government's never telling the truth, you're also a fool. Sure. And it can be hard to know what's what.
Yeah,
the new one's the Taylor Swift one. The one that, frankly, I have been espousing for weeks.
You think the government's behind the Chiefs win instead of their skill?
It not only is it a major conspiracy that lots of people believe, it's one that I've been espousing for weeks and weeks and weeks, that Taylor Swift is a psyop. You get her you get her in there for the Joe Biden plug and to make everybody get the vaccine, Taylor,
you're not thinking. You're not playing the long game. They've been setting this up since 2021 when Kansas City won the first time, or 2020. 2020 they won the Super Bowl.
No, and 22.
I think
or 18 and 22. I don't know. I've only been a Chiefs fan this year. I don't know.
Did you see someone calculated the financial impact of Taylor Swift being Kelsey's like girlfriend and going
fucking
to the
absurd?
games?
I'm sure.
$331 million for the Chiefs in the NFL. Just like ratings over.
They made that much
extra.
Jeez. Okay.
Like her impact alone was $331 million more for the Chiefs and the NFL
through through the.
They did this exact. They go to the playoffs every year. I mean,
no, I'm not doubting you.
I think that's what they did. That's how they did the math.
Because the viewership was that much higher that they're slated to make that much more through ads.
Not just the viewership, but you know how it works. Like it's valuable eyes that are watching. I think they're hitting demographics they normally wouldn't hit with NFL games.
Young and middle-aged women are huge spenders, big spenders. So those are valuable eyes. You can get them buying a fucking Kelcey jersey. I bet Kelcey jerseys are insane. Right.
As I looked it up, the Chiefs won in 2020 and they were in it in 21 and they're here again in 24. I don't know. I fucked it up.
And they won last year.
Yeah, and they won last year. To say the Chiefs are in it through some sort of scam is a little silly.
If I weren't from Missouri, I'd be all in with you.
Here's the actual conspiracy we need to line in. Taylor Swift is a gold-digging whore. That's what you want to line up behind. Taylor Swift is only after Travis Kelce for his money, and she's the kind of girl who sits at the finish line and fucks the winners. It's not until this guy makes the Super Bowl, his fourth time?
This is what a real psyop looks like.
Scott disagrees.
No, I was gonna say, like, she's definitely got more money than Kelcey.
I won't be dissuaded with your facts.
Yeah, but so I have my own Taylor Swift like psyop, but it's not a fun one. I'm not 1,000% sure what like the fun one is, the one that everybody on Twitter's been going crazy about. It's just trying to put her front and center so that she can like push Biden and vaccines and stuff like that. There's nothing else to it.
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, because Kelcey's like the Pfizer fun guy right now, right? He's in all those commercials.
Yeah.
I don't see commercials, but I do know he works for Pfizer because Aaron Rodgers talks shit.
Yeah. That was funny. Yeah. Like you need Pfizer money. It's like you're dating Taylor Swift and you play for the Chiefs. Like,
he needs that chunky soup money. He needs that car insurance money. The Manning brothers are still fucking in commercials and running pizza restaurants, dude. They've got their own program. Those guys are 100 millionaires. What are they still doing?
Was Taylor Swift? I didn't know this, Scott. Was she like a big vax person, or not?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, no.
Just like a normal person about it, I suppose.
Just kind of whatever.
Some people might take issue with that read, but
I mean, my less fun theory was that she was being put front and center in the NFL right now to show like cracked out psycho women that they can have it all. They can wait to be like 35 before they start having kids. And they can be pop stars and stuff like that, and then also still get the football player that they wanted back in high school.
I could see that. I mean, that's certainly like definitely an endearing part of her to her core audience, because you see a lot of the most hardcore Taylor Swift fans online because it's trending fucking constantly now, and they're like exactly what you described, like a 39-year-old single, no kids, and almost living vicariously the way one might through a child with Taylor Swift. Like, look at her. She's living the dream.
For the record, I like Taylor Swift.
I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't know anything about her. Her music's good.
I've always liked her songs. I imagine she's a bad girlfriend, only because there's a long list of people that agree.
Yeah, her business is kind of needed, like that, or I don't even know. But I know the meme that like all her songs are about breaking up, right?
Yeah,
a lot of them
I think that's why she's famous, is because she was caught on by like those girls in high school who like they weren't ugly, like they're actually pretty and like cool, but they weren't cheerleaders, and like that's what half her songs are about. If it's not about breaking up, it's about like, oh, I'm better than the cheerleader, I don't know why you don't want me.
Yeah, like oh, I'm just the plain Jane, and like meanwhile she's hot. Like I really doubt she was plain Jane in high school. Oh, does she?
Yeah,
that happens more often than you would think. It's very rare that it's just like a random happenstance.
I hate to call her a nepo baby, right? Because like some of our most talented actors and singers and such had parents in the industry, in the entertainment industry, and I think that's where she lands. Like I like her music. Whatever, I'm gay, not actually gay, but gay enough to like Taylor Swift, and I like her music. I think she's really good at it. I think she sings well and she plays the guitar. I tried to play the guitar. Didn't sound anything like it when she does. So tip of the hat. But she did get a big leg up in the fame race because her father.
Who are some of the worst examples of like the nepotism babies in the entertainment industry? Like people who would not be there. There's a 0% chance if they didn't have successful relatives. Anyone have a good one?
I don't
feel
know.
like Kyle's good at this game.
If we're being honest, Nic Cage.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure about him.
That's so crazy. He's so talented. Like just because you don't like his performance style, like he couldn't do it. Like he has his own style.
I just need to act befuddled. And
he has this raw. He's not always befuddled. Sometimes he's mad. Sometimes he's insane. His new movie's bizarre. I mean, a lot of his new stuff is. I think Nic Cage is very talented.
I like his movies because he's funny to watch, because it is as if I'm up there trying. That's what he's like. He's my Taylor Swift. If I were a Hollywood actor, I'd be Nic Cage up there badly emoting with my face, like probably making side comments to production about like, yeah, my uncle was Francis Ford Coppola. And it's like
he literally changed his name, right? Like so he wouldn't be Nicholas Coppola.
Dude, if he stayed Nicholas Coppola and he was an awesome actor, everyone would be like, damn, that Coppola family with the actors. He switched to Cage so that people couldn't be like, oh, that's the Coppola kid. Oh, I see why he's in it.
So,
you see? He's not like Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey could have grown up in a
Con Air.
He'd be a good actor.
You need to go watch Con Air, and when he tells, I think John Malkovich, maybe somebody, to put that bunny back in the box, you're gonna tear up. You're gonna tear up. All right. When he beats up Danny Trejo, who's like Johnny 69 because he's raped 69 women, and he has like a tattoo for each of them on his body, and he's like eyeing up the female guard. He's like, I'm about to be Johnny.
Tattoos.
Yeah. He's like, each one's like, I can't remember what they are, like women's faces or hearts. It's like a heart for every woman he's raped on his body, and he's like eyeing up the female guard. He's like, I'm about to be Johnny 70, bitch. And like everybody's like, whoa, we cannot rape. I was like, wait, why wouldn't? But yeah, they take over the Con Air plane. You never seen Con Air?
No.
It's great. Steve Buscemi plays like a Hannibal Lecter type. Like they wheel him on the plane in one of those carts, like acetylene torches. He's got the mouth guard on and everything. He's like a child eater.
But no, I think Nic Cage is not a very. If we're being honest with ourselves, he's not a good actor.
What about Drew Barrymore? I don't think she's a great actor. And so you guys,
America's sweetheart.
They pushed her down our throats as gorgeous. And for 2 decades, I was like, I don't get it. Why is everyone saying Drew Barrymore's hot?
Yeah, it's like that first Batman movie with Christian Bale, where we're supposed to believe this billionaire is like risking it all for Maggie Gyllenhaal. And it's like, I wouldn't look at this woman at the grocery store twice. Like, much less if I was a billionaire and she were serving me food, I'd ask her to be removed.
Zach, can we have a picture of Maggie Gyllenhaal? I can't.
I'd rather fuck Jake.
I can't picture this woman that is not as attractive as Jake in Taylor's eyes.
Yeah, Jake's a cutie. You know those families where they have like sons and daughters, and you look at them and you're like, man, this was a daughter family, or man, this was a son family. They got the better half of the genetics there. The Gyllenhaals are a son family.
All right. I mean, that's a recent photo. Maybe we could have went back to when she was in her prime.
I want you to remember this is the best she could look that day.
I mean, she kind of looks the same. She's just got long hair back.
That's a deep cut.
She's like 40 here. She looks great.
Look at that. She looks like his mom.
Yeah. That's a good looking man, though, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
If you told me that was him and his mom, I wouldn't fight you.
Yeah, see? Poor Maggie Gyllenhaal.
All right.
And Taylor's description is really good. I wouldn't look twice at her at the grocery store. Yeah. I mean, she doesn't stand out ugly. I'm not saying she's ugly. Like she's not deformed or anything, but she is unremarkable in Whole Foods.
Put that picture back up.
When she was younger.
Zach, put that picture back up. She looks like someone who beat cancer 8 months ago. is what she looks like with her hairline.
Can I see a hot?
No,
Maggie
Taylor,
Gyllenhaal?
she's too heavy for that.
She doesn't do herself any favors with the short hair. She probably shouldn't have lopped it all off.
Her top doesn't fit right either. I don't know what's going on under
it's
that.
It's an ill-fitting dress, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. The team of stylists was doing both of them, and there were like 8 women all wanting to touch her brother, and just
that's a better
Honduran
look.
Illegal taking care of her stuff.
That's a better look. It's good.
Right, that's
you
better,
can't
but it's
see her
further
face
away.
that well, but you can see her streaks.
Movie star. Oh, show me Secretary. Show me her in The Secretary, because that's the movie she's fucking smoking hot in. That's the movie she's smoking hot in. That's a good movie. It's real.
I don't think she's smoking hot in any movies.
She is. Yeah,
she might have good boobs, and I haven't seen a top that shows them yet.
Yeah.
No, actually, I kind of like her there.
I'm kind of a fan of that.
The Secretary.
She must be a terrible secretary.
No, she's a great one. James Spader is.
She's being punished right there. She did something wrong.
I like that she's like literally in bondage with that pole behind her back, and Kyle's like, "That's a great secretary right there." She's got potential.
That's the whole point of the movie. Is she's into BDSM. Yeah, no, she's into BDSM with one person. Why do you? You're such an awful human being.
I mean,
I'm an awful human being.
Making admin assistant.
No.
Oh, I mean, I thought this was about a whore who he hired and was like, "You're my secretary now." And she's like,
it's his
"Okay."
Actual secretary.
It's easier to hire a whore and train her to be a secretary than to try and hire a secretary and train her to be a whore. Like that Moon show.
It depends on the starting material, really.
I don't know.
Right? Is she a secretary who's halfway to whore, or a whore who's halfway to? Because I think some whores are going to have substance abuse issues, and it's going to be a problem.
I don't know what a whore is.
Petty cash is getting wiped out.
Are we a big man?
If you were a big famous guy, Scott, would you have a sexy little secretary, or would you be like the opposite of that and be like, no, none of that for me. Business as usual. The ugliest, most competent man, please. An Asian man.
See, that'd be tough for me because on one hand, like, I've learned the hard way to not shit where I eat. But then on the other hand, it's like I don't want to walk in and be like, "What's going on, John? How are you today? Did I get any calls?" You know, I don't want to see some like gruff dude when I walk in the office at like 9 or 10 a.m. whenever I go in. You know,
I think with that.
Yeah, I think actually I do think like a Maggie Gyllenhaal or even like a Taylor Swift like tier girl looks wise might actually be all right.
Oh yeah, like Maggie Gyllenhaal is not ugly. She's ugly in the world of Hollywood. Like in the real world, it's like, oh, that's an above average looking woman. Like Taylor Swift is like attractive. I imagine if you see her in person. I saw that picture. Do you see that picture of her with her naked pussy rubbing red paint all over the Chiefs stadium?
100%.
No.
Yeah, well, do you see those real photos? No, the AI Taylor Swift shit.
No, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, like it was like a Streisand effect.
Pretty hot, rubbing her pussy with those 6 fingers.
Yeah, you can tell because it's got like the 6 finger thing, but like the pictures is like, I don't know what this dude input into his hyper realistic porn simulator, but like half of them were like Taylor Swift looking slutty, naked with like Chiefs paint on, and it says like "fuck me." And then she's just like in the crowd. You can like see how the lines on the field in the background aren't perfect the way like AI does it. And she's just being groped, like molested by like dozens of Chief fans with like red paint on. And like apparently her legal team was like drew attention to it and was like, man, this is unacceptable. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's the president. Dude, Biden's nobody's doing her any favors talking about that. You let that slide. You go, this will pass if we don't say anything about it. Now it trended on Twitter 100 times because it got brought up.
We'll see what they do. It's a lot of powerful people who don't like it. There may be some changes to how that technology gets used. We were talking about Gyllenhaal. Did y'all see the trailer for Roadhouse?
I haven't seen the first one.
Yeah, where Conor McGregor just plays himself.
He just plays himself, and that's why I think he can play himself. Like I was worried.
The acting in the trailer was good. Now maybe it's just 90 seconds of good, but me as a bit of a Conor hater, nothing negative to say about that trailer.
His posture is hilarious when he walks into this. He's just like the way his shoulders and his arms, and he's just like the way he's just like leaned forward, all weird. And then I don't know, the line, of course, where he headbutts Gyllenhaal was hilarious. But he's got a golf club, which I thought was bizarre. I don't think that's a good melee weapon at all. I feel like first swing, the head's breaking off, and now you just got a whippy.
Dude, you only need one swing with a golf club to end.
He's in a roadhouse.
Yeah, you're assuming 1, that I hit with that swing. 2, I'm not in a bar environment with a dozen people.
Then you're probably not going to.
We're taking that away from you, friend.
Mm-hmm.
So he's an actor now. He's a whiskey man. He's an actor. He's not a fighter anymore.
He's an actor. I don't think Conor fights again.
He's going to fight again, but it'll be his last fight, I think, or his second to last fight. He's going to fight Chandler. Like I don't think he can get out of that. There's been contracts signed or something, some sort of. When he did the Ultimate Fighter, he agreed to fight that man, and now he clearly can't get out of it. You can kind of see the way he answers questions. He's like, apparently it'll be Chandler. You know, it's going to be Chandler. I suppose it'll be Chandler. Like he's not excited about it, but he knows that. Look, you signed, you agreed, you fight the motherfucker.
So I can't get the money fight, which is Jake Paul, unless I fulfill my contractual obligation to fight Chandler. Yeah. Stuck on that.
No,
word.
How many? Hasn't it been like 6 years since he's fought, and he's still on the hook for a fight from a contract?
Would you say 3, Kyle?
Well, no, that's not so. on the fight with a contract isn't a good way to look at it. You know, he agreed. He does a contract every fight. So he recently, like last year, they did the reality show, The Ultimate Fighter. And sort of often what they'll do is they'll have the coaches fight each other at the end. It's a fun way to end a reality show. Not on the show, obviously. They'll do a pay-per-view event after. And so Conor was the coach and this Chandler guy was the coach. And they're both seemingly in the same division, around the same ranking or whatever. And but a year has passed now. And it's like what's fucking going on? Not a year since the show, but like it's been years since he's fought. Even it's been so many years since he's beaten an opponent that you could actually be like, yeah, that was a good win.
You all think he'll have one more fight and then be done?
Yeah.
So if he starches Chandler, then obviously the story continues.
Well,
his last fight was in 21. Oh, sorry, and maybe it's been 6 years since he had a good win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't, when he came back and smoked Cerrone, it was hard to even decide what that meant because the circumstances were odd. Cerrone was at the end of his career, and the way Conor did it was so interesting, though, that it was like, what just happened here? Did we just see like a new Bruce Lee type fucking thing? Like, did he just change the game up with shoulder strikes? But I don't know.
Nobody's done it since. It feels to me like Cowboy was looking for a way out of that fight. He got hit in the nose with the shoulder and was like, I'm out.
He took a head kick right after that. It was rough. He got I remember people saying that maybe he threw or he gave up. He took an ass beating. Like, he was done. If he had like manned up like that one fight you like where maybe Diaz gives him the finger and he's like,
Cowboy. Yeah, that was where Cowboy looked.
If he just gone out for another beating or continued to take one, like, I think that's what would have happened. He wasn't going to beat Conor that night. Like, say what you want about Conor and like his longevity. He starches Cerrone every night of the week.
Is MMA the sport that you follow, Scott, like professionally, or you just teach it and you're not that into watching it? These two are obsessed with it. I'll watch a fight once in a blue moon.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I follow MMA, but I definitely follow certain fighters. Like, I like Pereira. I'll watch Israel Adesanya, but I don't like him.
I got fighters like that.
Same page.
Yeah. Fucking, but yeah, it's it's interesting. And talking about the Cerrone thing, I think what happened was like the shoulder, because it's the punch you get hit with that you don't see coming that does like the damage and stuff like that. So I think that it was just I think there was just momentum from the get-go with the shoulder strikes. He was like, what the fuck is this? I just got hit with the shoulder. And then it wasn't over then, obviously. He got pieced up more, but he just couldn't really do much of anything after that,
Yeah, he was like, the look in his eyes was like, what the fuck? My nose hurts so much I can't breathe. I think maybe I've seen him like blow his nose before with a bad broken nose, in his eyes. Did the puffy thing, so maybe that was even in his head. I've had my nose broken, not in a fucking professional fight, but just a kid punching me in school, and it was like, I'm done now. I don't want to do this anymore. So I can relate to. But he did keep fighting, and he got kicked in the head and took like.
That's frightening. I've had my nose broken a couple times, maybe 4, and I've had it broken where I shrugged it off and I was the tough guy that I aspire to be. And I've had it broken where, like you said, I just was like, time out. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm like bending over, just leaking, pouring out of my face. And those guys could have done anything they wanted to me at that point. I was only interested in watching my blood, I guess. Yeah.
Dude, the stories you guys and like other guests, maybe Scott is something like this, where people who are into fighting will talk about like, yeah, you go to a gym and like sometimes the guys you get paired up with there will pretend like they're going to go easy on you, but really they just want to piece up a newbie and like pub stomp. And that right there is enough to keep me out of that hobby, or out of it as a hobby forever. Is like, I'm in my 30s and I'm going to go get my ass beat by some dude in his 20s who's been doing it for 5 years and just wants to practice. He's like, man, I wonder what this idiot's head's going to feel like on my hand.
Or some dude who's 18. He has amazing cardio. He's on the current high school wrestling team, and he sees you as an adult he can test his skills on. And it's like, I don't need this ass kicking, son.
Dude, I'd get beat up like one time, like somebody taps me out over and over, and I'd be like walking out like, this is actually gay. This whole thing, this is actually fucking gay. And if
like
Paulie do it.
What's your quiz?
You didn't scare me away. I'm choosing to leave. I'll have you know
devil shit. Black magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna go join a fucking tennis or pickleball league.
How were you when you first started training? I'll do jits. I assume you do some Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Did you have your lumps for 6 months, 1 month, 9 months?
I mean, I still take them today, depending on where I go. Fucking, but yeah, like I had a little bit of wrestling experience, but the thing is, it didn't really come in handy because we were starting on our knees when we were doing jujitsu. Plus, I was an ass wrestler in high school. The stand-up wasn't that bad because I did some like really basic boxing when I was a kid. But it's even to this day, sometimes I have on days, sometimes I have off days. And then it's like Taylor was saying, like, you got those dudes every now and again, they just walk in and they're like, yeah, let's go light. Right. Yeah. And it's just like, holy shit, dude. What bothers me isn't necessarily that people kind of like go off every now and again. It's that like you get this weird form of like creep who like I was actually when I fight, I get sparring in at Joe Lozon's gym. You guys you guys know of him.
They know Joe.
Yeah, we
guys
know
him. Yeah. Like every now and again I go there and like everybody's usually like really chill, but every now and again there's a guy, he comes in like once and then I never see him again. And I'm not there all the time, but like like once a week when I'm getting ready to fight. And he'll just try and kill me. And then I'll kind of like throughout the course of the round, I'll figure out like, all right, so I'm hitting him with this. He's hitting me with that. I just got to avoid that. Like I start doing math. And then around the time that I kind of start figuring it out, that's when either A, they're like, nah, we're going too hard. Or B, they'll tell me not to use whatever it is that I'm using. Like if I throw an oblique kick or something like that, it's like this dude's slinging head kicks at me, but I can't throw a soft oblique kick that I'm being very careful with because that guy, he isn't here to train. He's here to feel like he won, And like, I totally get what you're saying, like me, I kind of have the opposite problem where I go really soft. If you see me on Fish Tank, you'll see Sam like egging me on, like, come on, dude, go. And it's cause like, I know like the fish, I'm kind of here. I'm here to teach them martial arts, but I'm here to mess with them too a little bit. And, I want to give them a workout, but I don't want to like break ribs or anything like that.
Yeah. Dude, I loved when you like made them all. So Scott's in his own colored gi to indicate he is the sensei, and all the fish are in their own gis, and none of them know what they're doing. And you made them like refer to you as sensei. What was the Japanese thing you made them say like as an affirmative? They couldn't say like yes.
Yeah, it's us.
So,
which is a real thing too. That wasn't even a joke, but I figured, it'd be nice to have them do that because they get fucking used to it and they don't stop.
Well, I think it was your first boxing thing of the season this year when that girl that was a little histrionic Summer. No. She like just started throwing up in the middle. Yeah, she was fighting. You can say she just started vomiting in the middle of it. It wasn't that strenuous.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was a little nervous because like at this point we had basically just done some calisthenics. And then I taught them like real karate the first day. Like that was like real stuff you would go, you would see in a gym. And that's just basically like glorified calisthenics. And she ends up walking off with Sam. I had no idea that this happened, but like Sam calls her up and then like 5 minutes later, she comes back down. It turns out Sam asked her to get like a lighter or something like that. And on the way out of the room, he's like, oh, by the way, panic. She turns around, comes downstairs, and she starts looking for stuff. And I just hear the sound of water hitting something hard. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I look up and she's hunched over the bar. Yeah. So I go over because I'm like, fuck, like this could be serious. Like people usually don't vomit after something like that. She might be having an emergency. And she just it was like a faucet. She would not stop. Jeez. And you can actually see in the footage, I kind of lean down because I'm trying to check on her. I lean down and then I catch a whiff of the vomit and I kind of do that. I'm like, hey, are you okay? You all right? You good? and she was just an absolute mess. I don't think I forget if she lasted a week. I don't think she lasted a week, but even without that, I don't think she would have lasted a week.
Yeah, you're a little too fragile to last in there if someone saying panic to you is enough to be like literally vomit inducing, like a vomit inducing level.
What
of
is
terror.
she doing on that show, man?
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would you volunteer for that? Like, you probably saw clips of season 1. It's going to be stressful. Just the text to speech part would be obnoxious. I bet it smelled like shit in there.
Oh yeah, especially it was weird because I'd walk in and you'd walk upstairs and then you're kind of in the main part of the house, and like I'd get 3 steps up, I'd be fine, and then the 4th step I'd like get hit with a wall of just like trash, and there was like manure or mulch or something like that they spread around everywhere. Yeah,
they spread manure around. I must have missed that.
Oh yeah, it was for like the last like couple of days, I think.
Oh,
I would introduce
they painted
fleas.
the walls.
Like if the whole place had fleas or lice or something like that. Like,
dude, lice wouldn't have worked. Everybody ended up shaving their head.
Ooh, well, they'll just migrate.
Even one of the last girls, the last girl who was there shaved her head, didn't even win. That's a huge.
Jesus.
Was that for lice?
Misstep? No, it was because I don't remember why. I think she said I would like shave. I'd shave my head to win, and they were like, shave your head. Then she shaved her head, and they're like, "You lose."
This is awesome. If you get crabs, can you just shave your pubes?
I don't know. Can they live in your asshole?
I think you have to shave them all though. They'll just keep migrating. I think they're gonna look for hair somewhere.
Well, you need to be softer than a baby down there.
All my pubes are localized in the same place. I don't understand.
Yeah. I'm like a turtle down there. No purchase to be found.
No, I'm on the other side of that bell curve. I'm a thicket. I keep everything in the genital region okay, but the
lice are like the
ass
land of milk and honey.
Dude, the ass region is like the ass region is 32 years of fucking the Viet Cong are hiding out in my ass crack with how fucking hairy it is. Like, every once in a while, do you ever like feel that hair and you're just like, my God, that's so long.
Especially if you don't shower for a day or two and like you're sitting in your chair and you get up, you start moving around and you're just like oh yeah, fucking gross.
That is gross. I have to shower. I can't go one day without showering or I'm just a fucking grease ball.
Yeah,
like, I hate it. Like it feels like I have hair product in.
Yeah, it's really rare. I'd have to be camping or something to miss a day of showering.
Yeah, we talked about. I think it was Asmongold a long while ago. That really popular streamer who's like, yeah, I'll go 3 weeks without showering. That's
damn
vile.
Yeah,
like that.
I can't imagine. Even if you're inside and air conditioning all the time and you're not sweating. You're just getting oily, like you said. Like I have oily skin.
Yeah,
I'll feel it on everywhere, like on my face. My hair will get like greasy, and like I don't know. It's disgusting. I could go a day. Like if I don't do anything, I could not shower and like wake. But I gotta get first thing in the morning.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather shower like 2 or 3 times a day. 3 is a little insane. 3 is like, what are you doing? Like you must have been very dirty. But at least 1 or 2 times a day. Keep yourself in control.
Growing up, I showered 3 times a day just to try to keep acne away. It was just so oily.
Do you remember the dentist telling you 3 times a day? What a lie that was. With brushing your teeth?
3 times a week, tops.
3 times a week? Do you know people like that who just like don't brush? I bet you do. You're enjoying
Jeremy. Like Jeremy clearly didn't brush or something, because his teeth had rotted out of his head. I also think that maybe he mentioned something about he had a condition that it's called not brushing your fucking teeth.
Yeah. Like you have to like ignore your teeth through so many stages of pain to get to that. Mm-hmm. Like when your teeth are rotted out, it wasn't like you woke up one day and you're like, I got a little, oh my God, is that a little blood in the sink when I brush? Like, no, it's like, it's been hurting to eat for a year now. And you're still like, this will pass. Just chew my way through the other side.
Well, it's his front teeth too. Like
the
all of his
ones?
Oh, those are the worst.
Yeah, all of his teeth were, he's got dentures now.
Would you hire someone who had like rotten missing teeth for any job
at
all? I don't want my. Oh yeah, you did.
Jeremy,
he worked for you.
Duty.
No, but he was off camera.
And what you gonna do? He's the guy who would like dig the insides of a watermelon out with his bare hands on a hot summer day with no source of water. You know what I mean? Like he was the gopher. He was go get this, go get that, hold these explosives in the air while I fucking shoot them guy.
Plus the gum jobs. That was all Kyle needed to know.
Plus the gum jobs. You can't imagine. The pleasures you can be found from a good
gross
gingivitis ridden gum job.
Then your dick smells like halitosis.
Yeah.
You like go to pee later and you're like, oh, that's oniony.
Don't even want to touch your own. You ever do something so awful with your penis you didn't want to touch it to piss after? I need to clean up first.
I've done that with my hands.
Really? What do you do?
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. It's just it was so awful. There was this girl, right? Her friend was kind of getting with my friend, and we're just hanging at his house, and he ends up going into the room with her. So naturally, it's just me and this other girl out, and we're like, well, all right.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. And I didn't go all the way, but I used a hand, and we didn't have cars at the time, right? It was like much younger, and they end up leaving. We end up walking to a store. It's like 2 a.m. and every time I walk, right, I swing my hand back, I swing my hand forward, catch the nastiest fucking whiff. Swing hand back, swing forward, nasty whiff. It was just like the grossest thing. I didn't want to touch anything. And fucking.
So she had a yeast infection or something, and didn't. It was so rude she didn't touch.
Vaginosis.
Yeah.
I hope that's what it was, because if not, it probably could have been something worse.
Sometimes they don't know. Sometimes they don't know.
Dude, if I get bad BO, I notice my own BO.
You might have a body smell that is just your smell though, and you don't even know about it. And you know what I mean? Like you know your BO, but do you know your like man musk, like whatever Taylor smells like? Your dog's like, oh, that's Taylor.
Yeah.
What is he? Whatever he's smelling, like you're used to that smell, and it might be offensive to somebody else. Nasty puss is a whole other category though, because I knew a girl who just like she didn't know, and I'm usually good at like broaching subjects with women. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to tell it. Be like, hey, your vagina smells so much that I don't want to have sex with you anymore. You should what do you say? What do you say?
There's really no good way to broach that.
Just ignored her till she broke up with me.
Oh, you took the mature adults approach. Yes.
the one where I look like an asshole and her feelings are saved. Yes, the asshole approach.
Yeah, better than telling her.
The selfless gentleman. That's what it was.
I'm agreeing with you.
When we write her a note, it smells. You don't even know.
Kyle, you should have done that. The actual gentleman's route is a little bit sexual assaulty, but if you could just slip that boric acid suppository in there while she's sleeping, everybody wins.
Yeah, it would have to be like that shit where you're like, hey, babe, we're both going to get into working out all the time.
Dude, I fucking hate that. I hate that. So I'm on Reddit too much. And there's a relationship advice and a couple other like more intimacy-based relationship advice ones. The girl can do no wrong. No fucking wrong. It'll be like, my wife has sex with me twice a year. And they're all like, well, have you tried vacuuming more? Have you tried writing her love notes twice a day? But the fucking whore just hits it back a little bit.
Yeah. They don't go to Reddit for relationship advice. I can't imagine how retarded that shit is.
I read the comments and get mad. Like I'll go through them and be like, how can the fact that so many of you feel this way makes me feel like we're all not the same after all, and that maybe I need to reevaluate how much trust I put into other people without knowing how they view the world and how much like appreciation even I have for them. Because like if you people think this, then what else do you think about other common sense, day-to-day, plain Jane shit? Like if you can look at, because it'll be like you said, the guy's like, I work 2 jobs and we have 3 kids, and she said she was going to go back to work, but she didn't, and I was okay with that because health daycare is so expensive. But she's mad because I can only have sex 3. She's wanting more sex from him. He's like, I fuck her 4 or 5 times a week, but I really have a hard time, and I'm taking the pills, but my doctor says they're bad for my heart. And and the women are like, you piece of shit. You piece of shit. You're not prioritizing her.
Do you think it's
prioritizing the mortgage? You cocksucker.
Do you really think
I think both men and women on Reddit are overly pro-woman. The one I was talking about, I conflated a few, but a woman had gained 30 pounds during pregnancy, which is about normal, rightish, maybe 25 is better, but 30, whatever. And then she gained 30 more, no, I'm sorry, 60 more post-pregnancy. So she gained 90 pounds total. And the top comment advised him to write her a love letter twice a day. Like, that fucking piece of shit gained 90 pounds. Yeah. And your solution is for him to write 2 love letters a day?
Yeah.
How about cut the carbs, you cunt? You
can't gain 90. You can't gain 90 pounds.
Tub of lard. Yeah, you can't. Like, that needs to be a snack-based solution. If I went to that Reddit and made a burner account and I was like they won't let put all the snacks on the top of the cupboard and don't and hide the ladder, because I'm not going to give up my snacks. I didn't gain 90 pounds yet, and so
you can't gain 90 fucking pounds.
No.
It's certainly.
Do you think most of those commenters though are actual men and women split, or do you think that it's a lot of dudes who are trying to be Reddit gentle sirs, milady kind of guys who are I would never treat my woman that way.
I think it's probably that, and then I think there's also women who they're not over something that happened when they were in high school, and now whenever they read any of these, they're they can't help but picture themselves in the situation as the woman, and they're if you just wrote her a love note, maybe she'd lose the weight. It's no, she wouldn't, and you would not have either. Maybe it was your fault.
It's you're a woman posting on an online Reddit forum that doesn't bode well for your BMI. Starting off, let's get real. All your hot friends are drinking fucking 0-calorie mochas right now. All laughing.
Your hot friends are on a video-based social media platform. Yeah, you were on a text-based one. This doesn't look good.
I think that's a truism, is that no hot woman has ever used Reddit. No,
TikTok
you
don't. Instagram.
You talk to a woman who's
attractive. Of hot women on Reddit.
Yeah,
okay,
Kyle's right.
Not pornography girls, not non-pornography girls.
No, all hot women are pornography girls. What do you do here?
Well, not if they're not. They're not posting there. They're posting recipes and swimsuit try-ons on Instagram. I would imagine. Not they're not on. Again, sometimes you'll go on someone's Reddit profile. You'll be like, "That's a retarded take," and then you'll click on it and see their other participations, and it's the balls of this guy to give relationship advice while he's addicted to downloading illegal hentai or something. Just seamlessly go from I gotta quit, I'm gambling my life away, please, I'm in the r/Gamblers Anonymous, and then the next one is physicist here, let me give you advice on the best way to repair your relationship with your fat wife. It's no. I assume most shit on Reddit is LARPing. Anytime I see those, maybe that's negative, and maybe it's my own bias, because I know the only way I would ever comment on Reddit in those circumstances is if I was trying to upset people a little bit, come in with a take that was a little offensive to them, but come off like concern troll, basically, where that's what I would do. To be oh man, guys, it's not her fault that she got so fat. Sometimes you just get to be fat, and she'll always be fat. And if you love her, you got to learn to love more, and just leave that, because they're not going to like it, because it's technically supportive, but they're going to be in there
did she gain 60 pounds in a year? Okay. So in 10 years, you'll be on that TV show.
Oh yeah.
This is going to be rough.
You get to that
extrapolate over time, and
you're a star, baby.
Black hole.
Dude, there's fat. And then there's Airsoft Fatty, another guy who was on Fish Tank. You were on while he was there, right?
Yeah, season 1 I trained him a little bit, and then season 2 he was in the tank for the last 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, I saw him in the tank a good bit. I didn't see him do boxing with you this season. Did you do any boxing with him? That almost seems risky. I just saw him fight Frank Hassel.
No, I didn't do boxing with him. I think he did a little boxing with Sam. But he kind of avoid. I won't say he avoided, but he didn't do much physical activity this time around.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
He's very oddly shaped.
Yeah, you get to a level of fat where I saw side profile shots, and it's there's it's accumulating in forehead areas.
Oh yeah,
weird Danny DeVito body. It's odd. like a teeter totter kind. What are those?
A weeble wobble.
Weeble wobble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
you can't
weird.
knock him over. The Ultimate Fighter. He just rolls right back up.
He's got an overhang for his overhang.
Yeah, dude, he was naked, and I'm sure you were around him naked a good bit because you were in there. Like, he is a real life Peter Griffin. He requires no censorship. You could don't do it just in case, Zach, but you could genuinely bring up a picture of him on screen right now, fully naked, standing, holding his like belly up a little bit, and you'd be like, "Nope, that doesn't upset terms of service. There's no penis there, as far as I could see." Like, it's astounding what that guy looks like.
I don't even think an algorithm could identify him, like, to tell you the truth. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I just think like I feel like an algorithm is looking at like a bunch of body types, but even for a really, really fat dude, he's so unique.
Yeah.
You know, fat people look a certain way, but he's just like his own thing.
He does. Yeah. Like it's such an odd proportion. He looks like
I know what it is.
Survive a car
Doctor
crash.
Who. Remember those weird like people in Doctor Who that are all like that? Like they have no neck and they're all thick. Like he looks like that. There's a Bloodhound Gang song where it's like I'm hung like Pluto, hard to see with a naked eye. And that's him.
That's funny.
It's so weird.
Have you seen that that picture from many years ago that's like this is what the human body would have to look like to survive car crashes without airbags?
No. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
that's what he looks like. Like he has that forehead, like because the demonstration of what the human body would have to look like is like a beyond wide torso. It has like fat in the forehead, almost like a helmet over your
a right whale or whatever. What are those whales that have the squishy heads?
Beluga? Oh, the beluga whale. Yeah. He is kind of like that. When I see someone that fat, like I get it. I've been fat, but it would be stealing fat valor to pretend I have any knowledge of what it's like to be his size. But like that sucks. Like every second of like watching him on the screen made me tired because I was like imagining like him trying to get up on one leg if there wasn't a piece of furniture nearby or get up off his knees for something. Like it's a real struggle. It's like you can see him like making mental calculations like, all right, 1, 2, 3 up, like, and being in your 20s and having to do that is a scary place.
I'm absolutely fixated on stealing fat valor as a comment. Like if stealing valor gets you discounts at AutoZone,
respect.
Stealing fat valor makes
Golden
you pay
Corral.
double at Golden Corral.
I would never steal fat valor. Just like someone who gains like 20 pounds and gets to like 210, 220 or whatever at like my height and is like, yeah, I've been fat. I'm like, don't you dare. Don't you dare act like you've stood where I stand. Like that's like that's. But yeah, he is like I can't look away from him. Like he'll be naked and I'll just be like like I it's like you want to analyze it. It's like what's going on here? Where is that fold or where's the impetus of that fold?
How do you make sense of it? You need to square the circle.
Yeah,
make sure he's not a threat.
Yeah, that's basically it. He could be a threat. He's a big. How tall is he? He's not a tall guy, right?
No, he's short and he's stocky. I want to say he's probably like 5'7", 5'8", somewhere around there. I could be wrong though. I'm a horrible judge of height.
Yeah, but he's like probably 500 pounds.
Definitely no lower than 350. Probably 400.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's his? I didn't see him snacking a lot. How is he keeping the weight on?
I don't know. I mean, probably a sedentary lifestyle to a degree. You know. Plus, I don't know. You don't see people lose weight. You take a picture and then like 6 months down the road, you like compare. You know, maybe he lost weight over the 3 or so weeks because. Even if he ate a ton, it wasn't exactly like nutritious food. They were giving him like ramen for a couple of weeks and stuff like that.
Dude, that was one of the worst parts. Like that must have been hard to teach boxing because you're going in there and like, all right, everybody get energized. And they're like, I haven't had protein in 9 days. I've been eating. Well, I think early in the season, Sam bought them like hundreds of boxes of grits.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They had like grits to eat, which is not what you need for combat sports, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I think it was the second or third day I was there. They had Chris Lynch come in. He kind of played the role of bartender, and they had him drink for like, I want to say an hour or so. And then I come upstairs and I'm just like, all right, everybody get your gis on. They were set up, and I'm just sitting there, and like they walk upstairs to get their gis, and I just hear, I think it might have been Brian. He's just like, fuck. He was just like absolutely not happy that day.
Oh yeah. You had to like try and motivate that. I mean, I imagine that class you taught after they had the cigarette smoking and hot dog eating contest was not the most fruitful for them learning. Although if you can fight after that, when can you not fight? That's a way to think about it.
That's true. You know, you get used to rolling around on slick surfaces and stuff like that. You know,
the vomit on the mats.
There was a lot of vomit.
That was crazy.
I would never participate as a contestant on a show like that. Like part of it is like watching some parts of Fish Tank has the same feeling as like the first third of a scary movie, where like you see all the contestants in there like laughing early on, and I'm like, no, you don't know what's to come. Like it's gonna be horrible. The psychic torture alone of just having to sit there trying to fall asleep at night and having people play mariachi bands and the sounds of people vomiting at you is nightmarish.
Taylor, could you do well on that show?
Terrible. Like I could not be a contestant. I think I'm too, like 4 days in, I feel like I'd be like, I haven't gotten any sleep. Every time I fall asleep, they're fucking harassing me and I can't get back to bed because I'm like, I'm on fucking camera right now. You're probably doing something, embarrassing. Oh man, you don't even know the real-time feedback of what's going on. So as far as you know, everyone on Twitter is like, what a fat-headed retard this guy is. He's insufferable, everything he says. And then the TTS comes through and it's like, Taylor, kill yourself. And it's just that over and over and over. And it's really easy to sit on the outside of situations like that and be like, who cares, man? Just ignore it. But like, there is a point of breaking where you'd be like, I can't handle
anyone who says just ignore it hasn't been hated by 100,000 people that day. Like try it. And it is hard to look past it.
It sucks.
They're spending money to insult you. There's something interesting about that. It's like every insult is a bullet that they had to pay for to fire off. It's like, fuck you. That cost me $3. That's how much I meant it.
Oh yeah. You could see like a lot of the fish got tougher throughout it, but like one of the fish, Tayley, not the most, not as big a looker as some of the other girls, I'll say. And like one of the first TTSs that she got hit with was like everyone in chat calling her trans. Every single one being like, congratulations on your transition, like implying she's a man who is now a woman, and her being like, her first response to that was like, I'm not trans. And like you could see her be like, the fuck? Do these people out there really think I'm so mannish that they think I'm trans? That's like, and you see someone ruminate on that. It's like, oh, that's the worst. That would be so difficult.
It's incredibly mean.
It would. By the end,
so mean.
Sam even gave her an Adam's apple check. Yeah.
She failed. Do you sleep on camera?
Everything's on camera. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want to sleep with the BPAP in front of everybody. That would be one of my Achilles heels.
Frank Hassel would come in and break your BPAP. And then
they even had bathroom cams this time around. They had a lot of it like blurred out, but people would hear you like shitting, pissing, showering, stuff like that.
Oh yeah. That would be I would not want to shit in front of people. That would not be comfortable for me.
Wait, you don't poop in front of people?
No, I would not want to shit in front of people.
No, I'm not asking if you want to. I'm asking if they do it in the fish room.
Oh, yeah, they're shitting, and like there's like a preset area of the bathroom cam that's pixelated. So like you can see who goes in and you can see them sitting, or you can go see them get in the shower or whatever, but it's all that portion is pixelated. So you can only see the non-nude part of the bathroom unpixelated.
Wow. Are there any leaks? Like, is the pixelation that effective?
I mean, I didn't
look for anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't look for that kind of stuff, but I haven't seen anything myself, you know.
Like I've seen Naked and Afraid. Do you know that TV show?
Yeah.
They sometimes fail to pixelate. So all they need to do is miss one frame and the internet will get it and put it on there. And it's
I haven't seen, like, I follow like the Fish Tank highlight accounts that like will post if something interesting is going on, and I haven't seen any of that, or I didn't see any of it while it was going on. So better pixelization techniques than Naked and Afraid.
I guess so. Yeah.
That's a big deal. Like, but even then, like, I don't want the audio of my morning shit and people like text to speeching me while I'm sitting there with no phone. Like, I can't even distract myself.
You're doing good, Taylor. You're doing good.
You're doing good. Keep going.
We've seen your penis.
Almost
and it's
there.
Small.
Just
it's just sitting on the toilet.
You'd just be like, oh, just getting bullied. Just like,
do people go through like positive transformations on the show ever?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like 100%. Overwhelmingly, all of them. Like the final 3 seemed better. The guy who won was like a neurotic, like shake 'em up autistic weirdo when he got there. He didn't stop moving the entire time. And by the end, like, he really did kind of cut that out. Like he really, I think it was the fighting thing, like doing that with you and Sam. I think that really bolstered his confidence, which I imagine learning to fight really does pretty intrinsically.
Yeah, we hit him in the head a couple of times, and the screws tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
TJ did really good though. We're all really proud of him. I think the top 3 definitely got better. You know, and then like there's certain other situations where you know, people I feel like they learned something even just about themselves. Plus, like it's even worse with the TTS because it's not just that they're talking shit; it's that like. You have weirdos who are like tracking your stuff down. And when they quite literally, they quite literally found a video of her that she made when she was like 13. And it was like a cringe video. It was the God in anime meme. She did her own like version of that.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that meme, but I mean, 13-year-olds make cringe stuff, and she was getting bullied for that. I didn't see that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like everybody gets things found out about them. And, you know, like they'll get TTSs saying that, like about that stuff. And I think on one level, like some people they sink, but other people swim because it's kind of a spiteful thing. And maybe there's a little bit of teamwork like put in with each other because they're like, well, we're in it together. We might as well just say, fuck those guys.
How do people get kicked out of the house? Does Sam choose? Is there a vote? What is the mechanism for winning?
It depends. This season we had quite a few people who they left on their own for one reason or another. I think they thought they could hack it and they figured out they couldn't.
Yeah.
And
that'd be me.
Yeah, that'd be me.
It'd probably be me too. I like to think I could, but I don't know if I could.
Right.
And then other than that, there's like elimination challenges and stuff like that. And then sometimes there's twists. Like there was this dude, Jimmy. He got kicked off like suddenly. They didn't like, there was no warning. They were just like, Jimmy, you're off the show. But that was just a diversion so that they could get him downstairs to paint his face with Joker makeup and then come back up. And the real elimination was who was going to be sacrificed to bring Joker Jimmy back.
Yeah. So, and I remember, Jimmy was an interesting character. And then it turns out he was an honest to God loon. At the end of it, which I don't think should be surprising. Like you could kind of tell the way he behaved the whole time. Like this guy's not all there. He's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. The only thing worse than somebody who goes on a reality show like that and stays is someone who knew about the reality show and everything that it entailed and was like, no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go on that. And that's I think what a lot of the contestants were, including Jimmy, because he came with a whole dossier of like, oh, I'm going to make this joke. I'm going to send messages to people. You know, if you send a TTS that's for me, use this code word. And they found out about it, I want to say like week 2 or week 3. And it was just like bizarre. You know, Jimmy's like, I don't hate him, but he definitely, you know, he came off a little weird at best.
Yeah, at absolute best, he came off as a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Damn. So I assume season 3 is going to happen, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Season 3 has been confirmed.
Nice. You'll be a part of that one as well? Continue with the boxing stuff?
Yeah. I mean, if they want and need me, I'm down. I anything I know right now, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't necessarily say because
sure.
I think that's Sam and Jet. That's their wheelhouse is to be leaking info and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do know a little bit, but I don't want to take the chance of them being like, dude, we don't want you to say that.
Yeah, fair enough. Did you ever like when you fought professional, like in like real fights, I'll say, like, did you ever get absolutely shit on and think about quitting? Because I put myself in that headspace of fighters sometimes.
Oh yeah. My first fight. So like I said, I wasn't ever really like horrible necessarily. Like I went into it with a little bit of training.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that definitely kind of made me a little bit cocky because I was offered a fight with a guy who I should not have been fighting. He was like the captain of his college wrestling team, which if you talk to Brandon Buckingham, I know you have, like,
yeah,
he'll tell you that means the dude's like legit. That's like practically a jiu-jitsu black belt right there.
Mm-hmm.
He also kind of undersold his experience a little bit. Like I was like the third or fourth guy that got offered him. And the other people before me, they did a little research. They did some Googling and they were like, no, like I was told this, but that's not true. He's really a lot better. So I ended up taking the fight without doing any research. And it was bad. Basically, we came out. I didn't know you were supposed to signal a glove touch before you did it. I didn't know you're supposed to be like, hey, bud, you want to touch gloves? I just went out there trying to touch gloves. He came over the top with a right hand and then with a left hook. And that was it. Wasn't over then.
Who was in your corner?
Who was in my corner? My coach. His name's Mike.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he should have clued you into the protocol.
Yeah. That would have been nice, but I don't think I don't think he was really thinking about it. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and I got him back. I hit him with a jab cross, and I kind of saw his eyes shift. Like I know I hurt him. But then he shot in for the takedown, and I spent the rest of the fight just on my back getting like destroyed. Like I had a giant bruise down here, blood vessels in the eye popped. He broke his hand on my head.
Damn.
Yeah.
He was playing for keeps.
You showed him.
So then for like 3 weeks after that, you're just having to walk around like my whole face.
For fucking 12 weeks, he was like, ouch, I can't hold a dinner plate. So who's really the winner here?
Yeah, who got set back more?
No, I mean, the face wasn't the worst part. I dislocated my knee in the third round, and I was stupid. I didn't bother to go to a doctor about it. I was like, I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. It either needs surgery or it's fine. And if it needs surgery, I'll know in 3 months when it hasn't improved. So I kind of walked around with a fucked up knee for a while, and I popped it back in a couple months later, like by mistake.
Damn.
Yeah, it was nasty. It was disgusting.
How is it now? Do you think you recovered all the way?
I still have some issues with it. Like there's some inflammation that happens every now and again, but I'm basically like, okay.
Have you been to the doctor yet?
Yeah. And they didn't want to take a look at it, Like, because the thing is, I popped it back in, right? I jumped up to grab a tree branch. I was drunk, and I was like, I'm going to do fucking pull-ups. And, of course, I slipped. And when I hit the ground, I felt and heard a pop followed by the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. And, like, a week later, it was basically back to 100. So I was like, well, I guess the problem solved itself. And when I did go to the doctor, I was like, oh, yeah, I dislocated my knee once. And they were like, what do you
learn this one trick? Doctors hate him.
Yeah. But I went to him and I was like, oh, yeah, I dislocated my knee a while ago. And I just never went to you about it. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, my knee, like it popped out and then it popped back in later. And he's like, no. I was like, all right, I ain't going to argue with you, man. Long as the knee works.
Damn. So they just didn't care. No,
it seems 100%. You
walked in here. In it. You have full faith in your knee? He asked.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. I have enough faith in it. Like I said, there's a little inflammation. If I step wrong, it'll like. The only way I could describe it is I feel like it kind of does that, right? But like that was my first fight. I've had like 6 or 7 fights plus like other exhibitions and things like that since then. So, I've never had like a real issue with it other than that.
Have you ever had like the opposite happen in a fight where you got into it and you realized like, oh, hell yeah, this dude sucks. And you just got to just piece him up? I imagine that is satisfying as a fighter. It probably takes some self-control. Yeah. There's been a couple of times like that. It was mostly exhibitions, because exhibitions, it's just like, we call them smokers. Like, who showed up that day? This guy is about that guy's size. We'll just pair him up. So when you get in there and it's some dude who's like windmilling at you, you're just like, oh, good, I can kind of work a little bit. My last fight was kind of like that, but I still lost because I injured the same fucking knee. I have had very bad luck with this knee. He didn't land a single punch or kick, but we threw knees at the same time, and they just did that. And I got the worst of it. So, that sucks.
Yeah. There's injuries in fighting people don't talk about. I talk about mine, but like I've probably gotten off lucky, if I'm being honest with you. I've fractured my skull. Like there was like a hairline fracture here.
Really? Was that from someone punching you? Oh yeah, that was a punch.
Ooh, the hand. Okay.
Holy shit! I didn't know you could fracture skulls that easily with a punch.
Yeah. It's a rough game. People don't really understand it on that level, and I'm not trying to sound like people don't understand, but like people like. I can't tell you how many times, and even like my first fight, I lost it, and it's like hindsight, I know I shouldn't have taken that fight, but I'm walking around and people are seeing me and they're like, "Oh, you lost, dude, really?" As if it's like what? Why are you like disappointed in that way?
Did you think that was the best? Because I don't even think I'm the best. Like you're gonna lose some. It depends on who you fight. Unless maybe you think you're the best.
Oh yeah.
170. Move over, fucking Islam or whatever.
Yeah. And I think I kind of needed that a little bit too, because
you muted
Leon Edwards.
I'm muted.
No.
Kyle is. Edwards is 170. Okay.
You needed to get beat like that, you think?
I think you're right.
Oh yeah. Because when I was originally fighting, I wasn't taking it as seriously as I should have. I was like skipping like work. Geez, work too. I was skipping training to like smoke weed with my boys and shit like that. And also I had this weird like outlook where it's like, oh, dude, my first amateur fight, bro. Dude, I'm gonna win this fight. I'm gonna beat the shit out of the guy. Dana White is gonna call me personally. He's gonna be like, yo, dude, we want you in the UFC, bro. Oh, dude, what do I got to do to get you in the UFC, dude? You're 1-0 as an amateur, bro.
There's not that many undefeated fighters for us to go after.
That's a good point. But yeah, I think I needed to get that knocked out of me a little bit,
Is that the only sport you ever played, or did you play other ones growing up?
No, I played everything. I did Pop Warner football once. I played high school a couple of years, but I had to stop. Wrestling, baseball was like the sport that I played for years. It was like 3 seasons at a certain point. I gave up on almost everything else. I'm a lifelong athlete. This is just kind of the continuation of what I was doing when I was a kid.
It's an interesting transition from like baseball to fighting with your fists. Or I guess you said you fought as a kid too, like boxing, like just classes.
No, I didn't fight as a kid. My dad taught me how to throw like jab, cross, hook. And then I think from there I was just like, oh, like I want to do this, because I kind of looked up to my dad, and he trained. He didn't fight. He just trained because, when you're in Boston in the 70s, you get into street fights. So I think he was like, I should know how to fight. And I think it just kind of blossomed from there. But because like baseball is probably a better choice than getting hit in the head.
Yeah, more money in it, safer.
Yeah. They were like, oh, like let's do baseball, which I wanted to be a baseball player when I grew up. And like, I'm not saying I would have. I'm just saying that I think I had a better chance than a lot of people out there, because my brother and myself, I got 2 cousins. One of them was signed to the Diamondbacks, though he got hurt, so they released him, and now he's playing semi-pro. Like we were like mad good.
What position did you play?
I played third and first base.
What did you play, Kyle, when you were
Pitcher.
baseballing?
Mostly pitched her in the outfield.
Pitched her in the outfield? Is that a normal combination?
I was a kid, Taylor.
I don't know. I thought you played in high school.
Yeah, 1 year.
Oh. If you could go back, would you do all four?
No, I was worried about the rape allegations that I'd heard on the baseball team.
You thought they were going to rape you?
Well, they raped that other kid.
Oh, fuck. Were they good at
I don't
baseball?
know,
Were they good
They-
at wait, what? Did he like it?
No, they raped that other kid with a Coke bottle on the bus because they didn't like him. So I didn't think I wanted to be on that sort of team.
Oh my
then
god,
they
the
covered.
narrow end, right?
Oh.
I mean, modern Coke bottles have that weird. It's not even a corkscrew. It's that weird sort
It was
of
a
like.
2 liter.
There's a lip. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So I heard about that. And I didn't want to be part of that team because then they kind of like covered it up and nobody talked about it.
Oh, wow.
I didn't want to be part of that.
That's a wild.
I've talked about that before. That really spooked me out of like baseball in high school. I was like, they raped a kid on the bus. Like, yes, they filed a police report.
Well, what?
Jeez.
Okay, I get it. I get why you didn't join the team. You saw it as like you got out quick. Like, all right, I got out before I fully my spring of puberty came into bloom, and I was like the new sexy guy on the team.
Yeah, or I think they just. I don't think they raped him because they like thought he was hot. I think they just didn't like that guy, so they wanted to put a bottle up his ass. So they held him down and raped him with a bottle.
No,
That's
it was
horrible.
I choose to believe there was a little love involved, a little intimacy.
I feel like there's one of
Spit on
those at every like either every high school or like every year there's the high school where that happens. Like when I was in school, there was a Bridgewater Rainham. I remember that, which I know like you guys are like, where the fuck is that? Why do I care? But we heard they were doing it with broomsticks for the freshmen.
Nice.
Yeah, which is like holy shit. And then I think my town's hockey team, I think theirs was they would piss on each other in the shower.
Man, that's a stroll in the park compared to these other
in
ones.
the shower. That's like my favorite place to get pissed on.
That guy in the back of the bus on the baseball team's like, I wish
also
they would
my
just
favorite.
be on the
I prefer the ocean.
shower.
I was going to say in the ocean underwater might be
like sidle up to me in the waves and let rip, Woody. I don't care. I mean I do, but it's definitely my favorite place.
Yeah.
No, that I heard there was a bunch of stuff like that. It was always something
kind of gay usually.
It was something kind of gay and something sexual. I know that what kind of coach was he? One of the football coaches. There's like 6. It's like how many middle-aged white guys who can't teach English at all get a job as a coach there, and it didn't make any sense because we had such a small team. But he got caught having sex, like in his office with an adult, though. Like someone walked in and caught him with an adult. But the problem was she's also a teacher who's married, whose son goes to school.
Ooh.
Now the son is in the mix there. That's no good.
Everybody liked him, so it's interesting when you're popular because if it had been someone nobody liked, it would have been there'd been like a school chant at the next football game or something. But because to this day, I like him enough that I won't say his name. I won't say his first name.
Popularity. So in my high school, a guy died. It was reckless driving basically, and one guy died and a couple other people were hurt, but he was popular and the whole school treated it like it. I guess it is the biggest tragedy, but everyone was not me, but people were almost competing to act like they were close to the victim. And to watch that social dynamic play, they're like, Leslie didn't even know him, and she's acting like her boyfriend just died or whatever.
Yeah, I remember when my buddy died in high school. John Scott died in a car accident. He had a super sport Camaro he had only had for like a couple months. He was going so fast, apparently.
I imagine.
Bad purchase. Yeah.
Anyway, but I just remember like she wasn't his girlfriend, Molly. Don't like you. But
Molly,
she was. I'll say your name.
Fucking Molly. She sounds fat.
But she was. Her mom was. But it was because of some medicine she had to
now
take.
she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Chicken.
The doctor prescribed her.
The doctor prescribed me 200 grams of saturated fat a day, and I listened to my doctor.
Sodium's far too low, ma'am. What are you doing? We're gonna get some KFC in you. Have you tried the bowls?
So
no,
Molly,
she made a big deal out of like, oh, I don't have a prom date now. Woe is me. And it's like, we don't have a friend anymore. He's never coming back. You cunt. Like, nobody cares about you. You don't have a prom date, you bitch. I remember that.
Wait, was he her prom date?
Yeah.
Well, she maybe lost a friend too. No.
Nah, it was one of those like, hey, you got anybody? No, I don't have anybody. Yeah, let's go together. Sure. It was one of those, just so you have a date.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just wanted a chance to get laid that night. And he's like,
no, you just want a girl with you. You know, you don't want to go alone if you're a guy, especially. You know, it's so.
Did
in my
anybody
high
else?
School, a lot of guys went to prom with just guy friends. Like,
it's a bad look.
Guy friends.
Right? It sounds crazy to other people, but dude, we had guys who were popular and attractive who could get girls who just chose not to. Girls would try to pick them up at the prom.
That is
like
weird.
That's the whole, because that's the whole like ritual that you're doing, right? With the corsage and picking her up in the limo and the whole. I don't know if the limo's like a thing everywhere. I don't know if y'all did that, but like, you know, we did a limo every year, and we usually had like.
I didn't have a limo. I picked up my date in my '99 Honda Accord.
Yeah, we got. I think the first year we got a stretch navigator because that R. Kelly song was big, and the next year we got a stretch Hummer. And it was like 4 couples, 5 couples. Of course, my date's the only one who can't afford it, so I'm paying double. It was right.
That's disrespectful.
Wait, I'm confused. All the guys in my time paid double. Like the girls girls had their own expenses. Their dress costs a lot. And
that's a good point.
They had hair done and shit like that. But the guys they rented a tux and they paid for the limo.
Nah, the girls paid too, except for mine. But she did say early on, she's like, I'm not chipping in for a stretch Hummer.
And then you were like, you'll end up chipping in. And then end of the night, you're going to be chipping away. You know?
I was like, don't worry, my dad will pay for it. like he's got this. I mean, I think
this one's on Lamar.
Absolutely. No, I
wish somebody died in my high school. I don't think there was any. I don't think there were any good ones. Anyone I could think of that died.
All right,
nobody that you cared about anyway.
Did you have the over dramatized car accident at the exit of your school parking lot to show what could happen if you're not careful?
It was on the school's front lawn.
I think we got a video,
pole, like at a real display, and this car was fucked. Like it was. You could recognize what car it used to be, I guess, but not obviously, not by shape. Like it was mangled.
They took 2 wrecked cars and put them together and staged a car accident when you pulled out of the school, you go left or right, obviously, but just across the street, there's a church and there's a big parking lot there that they used for this display. And they got the fire trucks and the ambulance, and they got fake smoke or some shit, 2 cars, and just people are out there like fake bodies, like covered up with sheets and stuff. And that as you're leaving to go home to get dressed for prom.
This is to deter drunk driving, right?
Reckless driving or whatever.
We also had cops come to the school and talk to us about drunk driving. I think it worked actually, because the reason limos were so prominent in my school was the drunk driving threat.
Oh, Did you guys get the scary STD pictures?
No.
Or did they bring in? You guys went to really nice dramatization style, so maybe they brought a real person in.
The closest thing I ever
let you poke and prod at them.
Bitch just got warts down there.
Yeah, it's like, oh, ew! Don't end up like
you should see my butthole.
It's prostitute. Yeah, they call me fucking Bumblebee or whatever the fuck they call
Ladybug.
Ladybug. Yeah, that's what they
call Lindsey Graham's Ladybug.
Cool.
No, we never got any photos, like, or really any sex education, if I'm being honest. Like, I remember there was maybe a week or 2 of mandatory health sex education attached to gym. So when you took that one required by the state of Georgia semester of gym or whatever it was, 2 weeks of that was in a classroom talking about, like, I don't know, penises and vaginas or whatever.
The basics.
And the very basics. And then you went back to dodgeball and running around the track and lifting weights or whatever right after that. And it was never brought up again. I don't think I ever got like a real sex talk like from anyone ever. I know
Dude, I got a
asked my
sex
dad.
talk from my mom when I was way too young for it. Like, I think I was like 6. Like, I had like, it was like within a couple calendar years of like her shutting down Santa. It may have been that same year. Shuts down Santa, and I was over at an older buddy's house, Stuart. And like by older buddy, I mean like I'm 6 and he's 8.5 or something. And our younger brothers are the same age. So like I got to know him and we'd play. And I guess he was allowed to watch a lot more on TV than I was. And so he like talked about sex. And I remember just being like, like this is so befuddling. And like I got in the car in the back of the van. I can see this in my mind's eye. Like I'm in the back of the van and I just ask my mom, like I bring up something about what Stuart said. And she gave me like the penis in vagina sex talk on the way home as I'm like 6. And I still remember having the feeling of like just a whole new world, a new reality of like, oh, that's what you and dad are doing? Like, oh my God, what the fuck? She didn't have that talk with my youngest brother though, because many years later, because my youngest brother's 7 years or so younger than me, and he had neighborhood friends who were both his age. They were all like, I guess 7 or 8. And he would go over there and play. And eventually his friend's parents shut it down because they said he was a bad influence. And he went over there and I guess would tell them what sex was totally incorrectly. Like, and so these two like 8-year-old, like 3 8-year-old kids were all talking about like, yeah, you like literally like pee in her butt levels of sex knowledge on how pregnancy works. And then my younger brother got in trouble. My mom was like, you cannot be telling them that. And you certainly can't be telling them that it's anal sex. Like that kind of thing. And it was, yeah, I never.
That won't get her pregnant at all.
No, I was probably just a little older than you, maybe 7 or 8. And I learned about sex from this girl in the neighborhood. No touching or anything. She's just talking. And like I think what happened is she somehow conflated, and it made me very frightened, sex that we all know about and a C-section. And she kind of combined those two things into one awful procedure. And I don't know. I came home to my mom describing just what a scary, bloody mess this would be. And she's like, no, you got a bunch of things wrong. And she laid it out and explained it properly. I was still somewhat traumatized. And this is like part of Woodworth lore at this point. I asked my mother if she would hold my hand the first time. And she said, lying bitch said she would. It didn't follow through.
You're like 17 years old. You're like, oh, hold on, sweetheart. Mom, it's happening. Get over here.
The girl's running.
No, she'll hold your hand. Where's your dad? Is he gonna hold your hand?
Wait, Aaron, hang on. Let me put her on the phone. Penny, where'd you fucking not again? Not again.
That was intimidating as a kid, though. Just having that open to you is like, oh my God, this is what's going on.
We had a farm, so I think I saw like cows going at it, and I was like, "What's going on with there?" And Dad's like, "That's sex. That's where babies come from." And I was like, "Oh," he's like, "That's where people come from too." And I was like, "Out of cows?"
This is the most redneck origin story ever.
There's literally a field of cows in the backyard. Fuck it. It's hard to avoid it.
Which did you ever get the sex talk, Scott, from either parent?
Not from a parent, but I got the sex talk while my dad was there. And what I mean by that is like I grew up in Massachusetts, so they it was like fucking weird. But 5th grade, we got told about AIDS. All right. And then 6th grade, they had this thing where it was after school, and they had a bunch of dudes show up with their dads, and we had to watch a tape, right?
Why their dads?
Oof.
It's extra awkward that way. Maybe so they could answer questions like later, and
that's terrible.
Be on the same base as your kid, like when you go home to like review the. I guess.
So you had to sit there and watch with your dad.
Oh yeah, and my dad is like he's that like Boston Irish Catholic like what the fuck you mean you love me? What are you a pussy? He's one of those types of dudes, right?
Oh shit.
Yeah. So like, I'm just sitting here next to him and he's like, I'm just waiting for him to do or say something. And luckily it didn't come, but I'm just like watching this and it's like infographics and stuff like that about like dick and vagina. And they handed out this like flyer thing and he was supposed to fill it out, but I did it by mistake. And I was like sitting here like, why did it have to be so graphic? I'm like asking these questions on the thing. And it was just like, that was, I try to forget about that whenever I can. I hope he doesn't remember it.
It can be awkward to like watch a movie with your parents and then like, oh man, I didn't know there's gonna be like a whole rape scene here. Like it's awkward whenever I watch The Sopranos through with someone. There's like a really violent rape at one point, and it's like, do I warn them the rape's coming? Because I watch it with like girlfriends.
When is that? Who does?
When Dr. Melfi gets raped in the stairwell by the sandwich shop employee
by the baseball team.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was Dominican.
I was watching. This was years ago now. I was watching Gone Girl
Italian
with both my grandparents, one of my younger brother, maybe both my younger brothers, and my mom at my mom's condo. We were all watching Gone Girl, which is like that Ben Affleck movie. And at one point, is that's it, right?
Ben
Affleck and I don't know, one of them, but it's about that woman and she is trying to like stage a rape. Am I thinking of the wrong movie?
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Gone Baby Gone, my bad.
Yeah, Gone Girl. And so the woman is like a crazy. She's like out to ruin Ben Affleck's life. And so she like gets in a room by herself at one point in the story and like takes a wine bottle and is like putting it in herself, like in a violent way to like simulate what it would be like if she were raped. Oh, okay. And she's like doing that, like grimacing, and like it goes on for way too long. And like when they're like grandparents, like my younger brothers, I don't care. Like we'll watch whatever, but like my grandparents, I'm like, ugh. And then my mom's sitting there watching, and she turns and she like looks at us and she's like, she's simulating what it would. She's trying to make it look like she's raped with the wine bottle.
Don't you?
And I'm like, Mom, we know. Like, why would you say that right now? Like, we're all trying to get through this scene together. Like, if there were snacks in your kitchen, I'd be up right now. Like, that's how serious I am about it.
I went with my grandmother and my grandfather to watch Alien Resurrection, and there's a weird scene 3/4 of the way through where Sigourney Weaver basically has sex with an alien, and I understood it at the time. What I was probably 10, 11, 12. Alien Resurrection's the fourth one. And she's it's like holding her, and there's rocking, and her eyes are it's clear, like, and then they make a baby afterwards, but none of that matters. It's clear they're fucking, and I got it, but we didn't talk about it. But
is it consensual?
Yeah, more or less. It's weird. It's a weird scene. At this point, she has been resurrected from the dead. But her DNA that they had to clone her had DNA alien contamination, so she's kind of half alien herself. So it's not so weird for her to fuck an alien. She's got she's got acid blood and stuff in this movie. It's pretty cool. We're in the car leaving, and my grandmother is like, "What's going on there? What's going on there?" And me and my pop are like looking at each other like we're both feeling the exact same awkward feeling, like because alien was holding her, and then the baby came out, and like were they having sex? And me and my pop at the same time go, yes, yeah. Like, stop,
alien sex.
Stop, Granny. We don't want to talk about
that should be like Rotten Tomatoes is a site. There should be a site that tells you if it's like grandparent appropriate viewing, because if like every time I'm at my grandparents' house, usually at the end of the night, me and my brothers and my grandparents will all like watch a movie or something, and always like something starts getting that way, and I'm like, no, please, like that whole Killers of the Flower Moon. Whew, there were some close calls in that one. Like it would be the intro to this, like they're making out and feeling each other up, and I'm like, all right, we can get out of this. We can get out of this, guys. And thankfully, there were no like real sex scenes in there, so it wasn't super awkward to watch with my grandparents.
Yeah, expensive now.
It's fucking weird because it's one of those things that like if you would have talked to like me at 20 and been like, "Hey Taylor, when you're like 32, you're not going to care who you're watching that stuff with, right? And I'd be like, no, like in your 30s, like a real adult? No, of course not. And then now being there, it's like, no, you still have like the same thoughts about everything, and the same things still embarrass you. And that makes me think like, oh, damn, my grandparents are sitting there. They're like 80. They're thinking the exact same thing, where they're like, oh, God, this lady's going to take her titties out and, you know, faux suck a dick in front of me and my grandkids right now. Yeah, well, it's not what any of us want. None of us want that. Wait, do you want that? If you could,
kidding, like I do. This is how sex scenes went down in my house when I was little. My parents totally down for it, comfortable as can be in their own skin, just like eating popcorn. My brother and I also excited that there's a sex scene on, pretending we hate it. My brother would like blow these big raspberries, like boobs, and I would be like covering my eyes, but not pretending that I'm not thrilled that they're having sex.
So it was a family activity for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Woody had a very sex
gather
positive
around,
household.
everyone.
Dude.
No, like Kyle and I believe have said that Woody's household was entirely too sex positive. A little bit of good old Christian shame.
There was no shame in my house.
They did a weird one, because I bet they wouldn't like it now, right? Because they're like very religious.
They're all
at this
about
point.
being fruitful. That's probably the part of it that part of organized religion they like the most.
Being fruitful, multiplying.
Yeah. No, there's still sex positive. Yeah, my parents have taken a very Christian turn, like super duper Christian. They go to Bible study several times a week, sort of Christian. And but no, they're still down. Like I don't want to reveal medical histories, but like surgeries will come and stuff. My father's under the fentanyl, profil, I don't know.
Probably both.
And he's just
Propofol.
like, we've got to preserve this legendary sex life. We can't take any breaks. like to the nurses, like, you know, you guys don't understand. It's like you're operating on a basketball player's knee here. Like, we got to get back into pro shape again.
That'd be good. I mean, you're definitely healthier than the average person in your 70s if you're still fucking regularly. That's cardio.
It's been strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for them. I hope when I'm 80, I'm still fucking. Just,
I hope I'm dead.
You don't want to be
women.
dead. Yeah, just like I'm like
Hefner.
fucking like Hugh Hefner.
My father just turned 77. If not, then 77 is a good guess. With plus or minus 1 year, that's his age. He still rides his bike 20 miles a day.
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
I'm looking at it even 50. That's where I want to go.
You're looking for 50? You're 37.
Yeah, 13 to go.
That's coming
almost done.
13 to go.
Thank God. It's been 13 more years though. We'll be done.
No, give me. I want to make it into the sevens. Into the sevens. Yeah.
I'm torn because when I was Kyle's age, I probably would have agreed with 50. But now that I'm 50, I'm like, no, 50's a little early to stop.
Yeah.
Circle back at 55. We'll see what's up.
Circle back at 70. Like, it's only really, I never understand that when I hear people say stuff like, oh yeah, I want to be dead by 48, or like, oh, I want to cash out at 60. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Until it gets really terrible and like it hurts to wake up in the morning. Like then at that point, I get it. Like if you're waking up in pain every day and your whole body just hurts.
Cool athletic stuff and too young to be president, apparently.
Yeah. You can get to like 80 and start a career in politics. By that point, it'll probably be even loonier than it is now.
I want to check in with you at this juncture as it is February 1st, first day of Black History Month. Congrats, everyone, on your many accomplishments.
Thank you.
You're not allowed to. What?
Nothing. I just the many accomplishments thing.
What I'm thinking, it's their month. God damn it!
Are you saying they haven't done a good job, Woody?
They've done a fantastic. They've got their own anthem at the Super Bowl. I think they're winning. Okay. That being said,
80% of the players probably too.
You and I, about a year ago, placed a small wager on the presidency. How are you? What's your confidence level at this point? Because I
$100, right?
So
mine changes all the time.
The bets. If I recall, we made two bets. One was the Republican primary, and I got everybody except Trump. And on that one, losing confidence. Losing confidence fast. It is still, I think, more likely than most years to have a black swan event where somebody either dies or like prison or something.
A lot of old
you
folks
get to that age, anything can happen.
Yeah. So like Obama, for example, after he got the nomination, he got it, right? Like he was going to be the guy on the, but Trump, we don't know till the last day that he's going to be the guy on the ballot. So, but I still feel like I'm most likely to lose that.
What was your other one though? Because
who was going to win the general was the other one.
Okay.
And
so it could be a wash. I think they were both for $100.
In that case, I also got everybody but Trump, but I'm not positive.
Sure.
I might have just had Biden. Well, there's a difference because Biden could die. You know, I mean, Newsom versus Trump is like not unrealistic because Biden and Trump every day could be their last day.
Or Kamala, even.
Isn't that wild to have that people like who are running so old that like if both of them died on like the same day, it'd be like, that's life. Like there'd be nobody would be like, oh, the CIA used a heart attack gun to use a dart. And it's like, no, they both died. Look at them. They're old as fuck.
That's how I am with the Kansas making the Super Bowl. Like, there's got to be something fishy about that.
By the way, that heart attack gun doesn't shoot a dart.
They're the modern Patriots. But
it doesn't shoot
Zach said I had everyone other than Trump in both votes. So I'm good. I'm glad that I was past Woody was clever and set myself up.
We'll roll the tape back. We'll get the exact verbiage.
What were the amounts though?
I think it was like $100.
$100. Yeah. Was it dual hundreds?
Maybe. I don't really care about any of that. I'm just wondering. I want to take your temperature.
Okay, all right. So the temperature is, I think it's going to be a push. I think I'm going to win the general, and I'm going to lose the primary bet.
Did I bet?
Okay,
Zach?
so the temperature is that you think Biden. You're confident in Biden at this juncture. Is
I think Biden will most likely Biden beats Trump in the general. That's how I think it's.
Even with a looming civil war and the Houthis on attack.
Even with that,
honestly, I think that the Israel issue will be as much in the rearview mirror as the Ukraine issue is now. Like Ukraine, you remember, it sort of dominated our attention a year ago ish. Now, no one's watching it. The YouTubers I watch who would give daily updates on it, and these are like Ukrainians, so it's biased. They don't even make videos anymore. I'm like, why are you guys not interested anymore?
They don't want to cover
and
losing.
Like,
it's just a stalemate.
Like, by the time we don't care about Israel, Trump will be the president, though. That's the timeline if you're apples to apples.
So I think 6 months. So
6 months was too late. Like they're gonna.
We're 2 months in, right? So it'll be April. That
the people
Israel
that you're counting on to forget are Arabs who think their people are being genocided.
Well, they are don't genocided. That's why they think that.
Yeah, that does seem to be what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they'll forget.
Kyle, don't you pay attention to that footage? You know, that footage. Don't pay attention to that.
Taylor, going back to Tolkien, do you remember what Thorin? He never forgave and he never forgot. And that's how the Arabs are. And that's how they're going to be in Michigan and Minnesota, all up there in those countries where those counties where they happily flooded with immigrants, dreamers, if you will, fish, who have those people are not going to vote for Biden.
So you're right. I agree with that. I don't know if they're going to vote for Trump either. Like Trump will do. If you ask Trump how he would handle Israel, he'll just be like, it'd never happen if I was president. The power of my personality would have prevented that war.
Yeah,
there'd be peace in the Middle East because I'm there.
I would, whatever's unpopular right now, I wouldn't do it. But believe me, and you can listen to this. Believe me, I definitely wouldn't get on my knees again and suck off Bibi Netanyahu to completion. That definitely wouldn't be what I would. Like, that's what he would do.
Now.
They don't like each other. He took shots at Bibi when it happened. Said it was a failure of his for allowing it to happen.
All right, good. Not denying that, but. Like Trump and Lindsey Graham, Trump and Ted Cruz, Trump and a long list of people were mortal enemies who became friends. So I think if Trump thought it was in his best interest to be friends with Bibi, he'd just he'd turn on a dime.
You can see who Trump leaves the room to like be friends again. Nikki Haley's out. They're not going to be friends. They might be. She might. I don't even know if she'll ever endorse him when she drops out. I don't think she'll give him her endorsement or whatever. You know, like they all do. I don't think she'll bend the knee. So
Ted Cruz didn't.
Well, Ted Cruz bent the knee in other ways, right? He needed that federal money.
Zodiac killer.
He needed that federal money because he was he's in Texas.
I'm just saying, it seems like it's never too late. But carry on, make your point.
I think that people like Chris Christie, he's on the out. He's not coming back into the fold. He's been too mean. and Trump has been too mean. And Trump said something to this the other day. He's like, they asked if maybe Haley could be his VP pick, and he's like, sometimes you say something about people, and how's that going to be your VP now? And I remember what you asked me a few weeks ago. You asked if she could be the VP. I said she was a lightweight. How am I going to have somebody be my VP that I myself have said was a lightweight? Wouldn't work. And it's like, yeah, you're right. He's almost saying, like, no, I ruled her out when I said that. I say nicer, mean things about the people I intend to make my VP.
It's funny because, like, again, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, they were hard rivals, right? And the Ted Cruz, what did he say? His father was a serial killer.
His wife was ugly, and his daddy was the Zodiac killer.
Yeah,
right. And they bounced back from that. That to me is like all the way. That's scorched earth, and then it unscorched.
That's more.
There's no way they like.
That says more about Ted Cruz than Donald Trump, though.
Yeah, I was going to say Ted Cruz and a lot of these guys, though, they'd like do anything just to remain relevant.
Yeah, and Lindsey Graham said harsh shit about Trump also. Like Lindsey Graham was like, he is going to destroy the Republican Party and we're going to deserve it. Right now, the Democrats play that on a loop. Like, see, it happened. And I don't know what Ted Cruz said about Trump, but I'm sure it was some awful stuff.
Yeah, they go back and forth.
But they're politicians. They see the way the wind is blowing, and then they act accordingly.
So Taylor's agreeing with my point.
Yeah,
which is, sometimes when these things seem dead and gone, they can come back. And Trump has an ability to forgive because he's really more calculated than emotional. Well, he's both.
Yeah. What do you think, Scott? Do you give a shit who wins? I'd prefer Trump, but I'm not as confident as Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I used to pay a lot of attention to politics, but I'm out of the loop now. I guess I would rather have Trump than Biden because I go to the grocery store and a half gallon of milk is $5.
Yeah. I'm getting real fucking sick of the grocery store. It's so goddamn expensive now.
Yeah, I think that's
groceries.
That doesn't happen to us. We just get it delivered.
Yeah, these two haven't stepped foot in a grocery store forever. Us common men that still walk amongst the aisles, picking our expensive fucking chicken.
I'm on the ground in the aisles.
I was actually reading the details on that, and food's more expensive. I don't mean to deny it, but housing is the one that's really inflated out of line with the other things. Like gas is cheaper. Gas is cheap, especially inflation adjusted. So energy costs are kind of low, but housing costs, ouch.
Housing, renting, and
very cheap.
Food as a whole. I was reading how like they often change the gauge on the consumer price index, and if they're lowering the percentage of it that's dictated by meat sales because meat sales have gone down, and so their rationale is, well, meat sales have gone down, and so now it's not as big a picture of it, so we'll replace that with cereals and things that really haven't gone up that much. But the reason meat's gone down in consumption is because of the price.
Do you think
like meat in particular is?
I've always hated
CPI. It's not
CPI is a bullshit measure.
The consumer price index is a good way of gauging how it's affecting like middle class people, much more so than like GDP, which is really gauging how well the most successful companies and its shareholders.
The GDP is gauging how much America's making, basically. But the problem with the consumer price index, another thing they do is they substitute stuff, right? So like if margarine gets expensive and that's in there now, they just swap it with butter. They got people buy butter instead. If meat gets expensive, like you called out, then they're like, oh, well, people aren't buying as much meat, so let's just make meat a smaller part of the CPI. Yeah. And it just makes the CPI, in my mind, a bit of a bullshit index that, like,
I mean, they work a lot of it, but if anything, the point you're making is that the CPI is worse for average people than the number they even put forth, because they're under including how much people would purchase meat if it were at the price it was 4 years ago.
I hear you. But then, on other days, the CPI will get it wrong in the other direction. So I just think the CPI is
not perfect.
It's too fucking flexible. Cheaper. They just make up bullshit. So the CPI, the consumer price index, they take this market basket of goods, right? I don't know if housing's in it, but let's pretend it is, because I don't know any better. And they'll be like, this is how much the one-bedroom apartment is. This is how much butter is. This is how much meat is. This is how much a new fucking tire for your car is. Boom. And then they watch these particular items go up and down. And then if butter goes too out of whack, they just put margarine in there instead. If people stop buying meat, then they just put less of it in that market basket. And it's it's so fucking changeable. And like you can't compare 2024 to 2019 because the basket changed. And I don't like that about it.
Yeah, but it again, the point is that it's changed worse than the basket showing. Because they're including better. At this point in time, it's worse than what it's showing because they're replacing like high desirability items like meat with lower ones that aren't as price sensitive like cereals and grains.
Maybe that'll help with global warming because if we eat less meat, then they'll raise less cattle on those industrial farms.
No, I want even more cows farting into the atmosphere, giving us a methane shield against the sun flares.
It's actually the belching because of the rumination. Yeah.
Oh, it's not even farts?
It's partially farts, but if there was a ratio, it's going to be far more belching.
Apparently, for reasons I don't understand, belching and farting are both considered flatulence. And it's because they
ruminate because they have those multiple chambered stomachs.
I thought ruminate meant to stop and think. Is that
it's applied in that way too because the ruminating is when it's digestion is this long process with the multi-chambered stomach that they use to get nutrients out of that fucking grass that they eat, which is amazing if you think about the machine that a cow is, that it can take a fucking grass in the field and make a steak out of it.
Even when they feed them grains and stuff, like some people have this idea that it's worse for them and the meat's not as good. But like I've seen people be like, this is how much grain a cow eats. That grain could feed this many people. And it's like, do you have any idea what kind of grain cows are getting fed? That's not your grocery store grains. Like you're going to break your teeth eating that nonsense.
The corn that's not corn, like all the stalks and all that stuff. Where's that go?
Animals. They chop it up. Yeah.
Silage, right?
Silage.
They don't turn that into fuel too, do they? I feel like that's something they do.
They use they grow corn just for fuel, to make
which part of the corn do they use? It's not just the ear, right? Is it the whole plant?
I don't know. They get ethanol out of it.
I thought they were making the ethanol out of like some process that they use on the corn kernels.
It'd be like
ethanol, total bullshit.
Ethanol is alcohol.
Yeah, it's total bullshit. Yeah, absolutely.
They use almost as much energy to make the ethanol as they get from the ethanol.
It's just a program. It's a job. It's money flowing. It's sort of a net neutral.
You know why we have it?
A lot of work for no reason.
Because Iowa is the first state in the primary, and politically, you cannot fuck with Iowa if you want to have any kind of political future. So
it's interesting.
That E85 shit corrodes old school fuel lines and stuff because it's more. Acidic's not the right word. Corrosive. And
it seems like ethanol, like it's just alcohol, and that's like so dense. It seems like it would be a good fuel.
Well, it's just how expensive it is to produce versus
because there's
petroleum. Petroleum's bursting out of the ground, begging to be converted into hundreds and thousands of amazing products that we use every day.
I say we let's just use all the oil.
We're not even close.
Yeah, I know. Like there's so much more. We haven't even figured out all the good ponds of oil under the steam. So
when they come up with they'll be like, we have 80 years worth of oil left, and then 5 years will go by, and look. Now we've got 90 years left. It's like, wait, what happened? Did consumption go down? Actually, consumption went up. We found more. And technology is always racing ahead. So those oil deposits that we used to not be able to access that were deeper, further, harder to get to, now we can get all that. So it's there's constantly more oil. We're never running out, and it doesn't matter when we do. I don't believe in the global warming thing. I've gone full fucking right wing on that one.
Since we're talking oil and politics,
I'll be there with you, sure.
What do you think of Texas trying to leave America?
Not just Texas.
Good.
Look.
Good. Okay.
I sent you that Charlie Daniels song the other day. But I'm glad you didn't listen to it because you just made fun of me.
I did listen to it.
It's funny. There's an A24 movie coming out about an American Civil War, and I think in that one, maybe
A24.
A24 is a movie studio. They make lots of really good stuff. I think in that one, Texas and Zach, pull me up the new movies like Split, red states, blue states, or whatever you want to call it, north, south, because Cali breaks off as well in this scenario and I saw a little preview for it. I don't like to watch too much of a preview. I just like to get a vibe. I don't want the whole story. and it's got Fat Damon, aka Meth Damon, if you remember that actor.
Breaking Bad.
He's like an American soldier, like all cocky with his M16 and his, he's dressed in his BDUs or whatever, and there's like civilians or whatever, and they're like, "We're Americans, don't shoot." And he goes, "Yeah, but what kind of American?" And I was like, "Ooh, I kind of want to see that movie now. I kind of want to see that." I liked that moment. He's a good actor anyway.
I kind of want to see the movie because I'm curious about it. Isn't A24? Do they make good movies or do they make like right wing propaganda?
No. That's fucking Ben
Daily
Shapiro's
Wire and
crazy.
Stuff. They're not comparable to them.
No, this is more like artistic, like highbrow, well-made, independent films. Often, not independent,
I misjudged it then.
They make good movies. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, the best movie studio, Daily Wiring me when you said
no. This is going to be a watchable.
I don't think
you tricked me like you did with Mandy.
No, Mandy was a good movie. You're crazy for not liking Mandy, but yeah, I saw that like Daily Wire shit is so fucking embarrassing. Like it's so badly done.
Players, right?
It's like they're trying to cash in on the trans thing, and it's like, I get it. Like you're doing your bit, but it's so ham-handed. It's so unnatural the way they have the dialogue because they're not trying. The entire reason for the movie is for them to get those points out they want to make. Like everything else is window dressing surrounding it. Like the way an actual movie that's meant to be propaganda is successful is you have it be like little subversive threads throughout it. Something that's not hammering someone over the head with what you're trying to convince them of. Make them arrive at the conclusion on their own. Show, don't tell. And these retards like Ben Shapiro think they can just make a movie the same style that they debate 11-year-olds, and it doesn't work. I don't know anybody who likes that guy at this point in time.
Ben
Shapiro? I'm sure there are, but I don't know
Carlson
anyone.
Likes him. Russell Brand likes him.
Tucker likes him. I don't watch Tucker. I've seen clips from Tucker where I'm like, that's actually kind of funny.
They're kind of cross promoting right now. Like they're all in the independent sort of right wing news ecosystem, and so they Russell Brand shows up on Ben Shapiro's thing, and they tell each other how smart they are. And
you know what they need to do? They need to get that. Who's the football guy? McAfee? Or who's the guy who wears no sleeves?
Pat McAfee. Yeah.
He needs to, when his ESPN contract ends. Him and Aaron Rodgers need to go and do their own thing in the and they need to coexist with those same people.
I know McAfee platforms Aaron Rodgers, if that's the sort of thing you pay attention to, but he just had Travis Kelcey on too. Like I don't think he's...
Wait, what's wrong with platforming Aaron Rodgers?
I guess that was where he said that Jimmy Kimmel was a pedophile and he was going to be on the Epstein list. And that's a bad thing to get out there. It's a lie.
Yeah. I'm like my little like alarm bell, like that term platforming like always like sets me off where someone will be like, oh, they platformed this person. It's like, what do you mean? They let someone go on there and talk like that you don't like?
So he used Pat McAfee's show to tell the world that Jimmy Kimmel was going to be on the Epstein flight log, which is not true. He doesn't know him. He was never on it. It came out. He wasn't on it. It's
Jimmy Kimmel's shitty for other reasons, but I don't think he's a pedophile.
Yeah, it's because he's not funny. And he hasn't been since he was doing the Man Show with Adam Carolla.
I liked the Man Show. I liked Crank Yankers.
Crank Yankers was good. He did that.
Yeah, they did that. Adam Carolla, I know, did, and I'm sure Jimmy Kimmel was. And
it's funny when you can tell who the funny person is in a partnership, like Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel.
Who have you seen? Like the bits of that his they would do in the street?
Hilarious.
That was a Karl Malone impression.
Yeah, that was funny, and it wasn't trying to be racist. Like it was. Hello, being funny.
Karl Malone. I did not rape all those children. That's my Karl Malone impression.
Yeah. But I don't like when I hear people getting critiqued for platforming people. I'm always like, I don't like that. Like that's a slope you don't want to start sliding down of just having everything be a bunch of hugbox agreeing.
So what I was getting at was, I'm not sure Pat McAfee is actually like politically aligned with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but he's got beef with ESPN.
They don't have to be to have a good show together.
True.
Yeah, I think he's got beef with ESPN, and I think that demo. Yeah. They keep talking about how upset they are with ESPN and how they don't like them there.
Oh,
do they think they're being underpaid?
A ton?
I don't know anything about that. I just know what
I'm going to look it up. I might be wrong. I'm under the impression that he got like Joe Rogan money.
He got a lot. He pulls ridiculous numbers. I had no idea how popular Pat McAfee was. Like he's huge. He could easily like split off and do his own thing.
85 million he got from that ESPN
Holy
deal.
shit. And so him and Aaron Rodgers.
It's a 5-year deal, so it's not quite as good as it sounds. But
all the football podcasts are popping up. They're not Aaron Rodgers and the other guy.
Aaron Rodgers has maybe podcast.
No, I'm saying they could. Like the NFL podcast seems to be taking off in a way, like the Peyton Manning and the Eli Manning brothers.
It's because Stats and Stories is the right way to be a fan. Don't watch the games. The games are stupid. It's about the podcasts and the highlights and the dating lives and Jimmy Butler trying to learn to canoe. That's where sports fans are headed. I'm on the.
I think they do both, here. Woody. They watch the games and then they learn about the
games.
Stories.
Are a huge time sink. You
are the only one who
9 minutes on YouTube.
Yeah. You got to watch the games of the sports you like.
Sports are not about games, Taylor.
Oh,
sports are about dating Taylor Swift. That's what it's about.
I've never been to a single Blues player's Instagram or any social media account. Like,
did you see Jason Kelcey jump out of that window and then jump back in? That's what I based my scouting report on.
I didn't give a fuck about that. I cared a little about that. I just don't
like
care
watching
about
the
that.
sports for the sports.
What I like about fighting drama is I enjoy the WWE aspect of it because I can usually tell. I'm like, oh, he's doing a little bit here. He's got a practice line here. He knew what he was going to call him. He's got insults. He's got retorts. I enjoy the Chael Sonnen
gateway
style of that game. But I also enjoy when it's like when bullshit goes wrong, when keeping it real goes wrong, from that Dave Chappelle bit, where it's like that fighter thought that we were going to do a play, sort of I push you, you push me thing. But he pushed a gangster, like a real one. And that guy, like there was a press conference with Jon Jones and Daniel Cormier where they started fighting Taylor. It was long ago, and there wasn't that like security team of even huger human beings to be like, no, Dana White wasn't even there. They let these two men who despise each other go on stage and face off, and it goes push, push, push. We're fighting now.
Yeah, it was huge. They were fighting, and Daniel Cormier sort of fell off the stage. They're on this elevated platform, and it's like 3 feet. It's not the kind of fall that hurts a pro athlete typically, but the point is, like, he's tipping over and there's like a curtain he might have fallen into. And it was a real bad look, even though it was a pretty minor fall. And I think he lost his shoe or something. He like threw his shoe at John. And he couldn't take losing the push. Like he's like, I'm not done fighting yet. I hear no bell.
He said, and John was on me. And I was thinking, I'm going to bite him.
Yeah. He didn't, but that was his idea. He's like, because I can't lose. I'd rather bite him than lose. Normally, Dana White stands in between the fighters when they do. I think they were just to do a pose where they were like pretending to square up.
Face off, yeah.
Dana White, thank you. Dana White, one, he's a little more physically imposing. Like if Dana White wanted to block or break up you and Kyle, he would have an okay chance at like,
he's big,
exerting himself.
Especially
he's big and strong. And also, he carries the respect of being the boss. Like, it really matters what Dana White thinks of you to your fighting career. Well, the guy that was in the middle, who was it? Do you remember his name?
I think it was just some dude they had.
It might have been Goldie, or it might have been some random representative from the Mirage. It was. They had no bit.
So it was someone I knew.
Very ceremonial as far as the keep them apart guy. The shit. What I mean though is I like that part of MMA when shit is real and visceral, and it's like this guy genuinely hates that guy, and they've got to step in that fucking cage tomorrow night, and he's gonna take it out on him. He's gonna make it personal, and you don't. I don't know. I really enjoy that part of it. The fakeness and the like the genuineness like coalescing in that sport is fun to me. That's those.
Yeah, Have you ever seen Chael Sonnen and Tito Ortiz, the press conference?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude,
Tito said Chael made money with his mouth. He's like, the only person that makes their money with their mouth around here is your porn star wife. I added a bit, but that's about right.
We were never married. That was his retort. That was his retort, Taylor. He's like, yeah,
that's a bad comeback. You gotta, if you got nothing, you gotta agree and amplify and pretend you don't care. That's
she made money. Yeah. She made more money with her mouth than you made from a career of fighting Chael, the real gangster Sonnen. Get out of here. Like that's what he should have said. You're
Is
too
Chael the lazy eye guy?
No, Chael's the fucking handsome.
Fuck, that would have been a good one.
No.
Oh, you're thinking of Michael Bisping, maybe.
Oh, okay. What does Chael Sonnen have that you can get him on real quick? If I recall, he's a good-looking guy who's fit and a professional fighter.
Yeah.
Yes. And he comes from a wealthy family, and he's well-spoken, and he's got all his brains.
Great sense
then he's hard to...
He kind of learned how to talk from, like, professional wrestling. He kind of brought that into the UFC.
Stone Cold Steve Austin would give him lines.
Oh, yeah.
Was he one of the first guys to kind of bring that WWE energy to the press conferences in UFC?
Yeah, he was the first one to really make it stick. You had, like, Frank Shamrock and Tito Ortiz, which this is how you know it was really bad. When fucking Tito Ortiz wins, he tried to do it, and it just absolutely failed. I think he said he was going to beat Tito into the living death.
Yeah,
into the living death.
I'm going to beat you into a living death.
He didn't have to say anything. He just kind of cracked up at it, and it was just weird.
Dude, it was before the good talkers got to it, but it was Ken Shamrock, and I don't remember who. It might have been a boxer or something. But the guy said that Ken Shamrock was gay as part of their trash talking. And he's like, I'm not gay, but you better be thankful for that. Because if I was, there's not a goddamn thing you could do about it. And I was like, oh, fuck. He threatened to rape him on Saturday night.
Threatened to rape him. Yeah.
Dude, that's how you take things to 11 out of 10.
Agree and amplify. Right.
You're a terrible fighter. I'm going to molest you. Like, it's like, oh, damn, that guy brought a gun to a knife fight.
Chael's shit talking to Brazil and a few Brazilian fighters in particular was epic. Like, I remember there was a Brazilian interviewer. He's like, why do you say these things about my country? Why do you say these things about all Brazilians? It's because I'm trying to pick a fight with some Brazilian fighters. And by the way, they're barely Brazilian fighters. He lives in Los Angeles in a $2 million home. He drives a Phantom. Do you know how much a Phantom costs? You know how far that money would go in your little favela?
For your corrugated tin roofs.
Those are some of the best Chael moments. Is when he's like, he's not even like trying to talk shit. He's just like, are you seriously asking me this right now? And he just has to run through it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. So we all know the one where he said that the Garrett brothers came off the bus and then they tried to feed the bus with a carrot. And he sticks to this story and he tells it with almost Norton McDonald patience, where like it's taken a while to get to the point. I'm sorry.
And sincerity,
sincerity. Yeah. He doesn't break character, and he just goes on, tells this story that most people love. For me, it didn't totally land, about how he fed carrots because he confused a bus for a horse. Okay, cool. Well, then Ariel Helwani gets him on an interview, and he just lays out the ridiculous story he told. You told this story of the Nog brothers feeding the carrots to the bus and petting the bus and saying, whoa, girl, whoa, settle down. And Chael, obviously caught in a stupid lie, looks him in the eye and goes, that really happened. And just stuck with it. Doubled down. I was like, shit, Chael's good at this because he's winning me over.
Yeah, I enjoy him thoroughly. And of course, Conor was funny when he could back it up. He was calling his shots and stuff. That was good. And I like Colby. I like Colby because he says awful things. He says the kind of shit that kids in high school say when they want to pick a fight. But he says them into a microphone to millions of people in front of your family. And there's something intriguing about that for me, because then he has to go fight them, and I want to see it.
He usually loses.
Yeah, it gets you in.
I'm sure he has a winning record, so that's not fair to say.
Lately, okay.
Lately.
I think the sun's starting to set on Colby.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's got one more. He's got one more.
I was thinking he's a little like I'm gonna fuck this name up. Gustafsson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That guy made his career out of losing good fights. Like he got his ass kicked by Jon Jones, but looked pretty good when it happened to him. He got his ass kicked by DC, but he put up a nice solid fight. This guy can lose to top talent and look like he belongs in the ring with them. That's Colby's talent also.
I suppose so. Yeah, I'm looking forward to these cards that are coming up. They're pretty ridiculous. I think the Poirier fight may have fallen apart. I don't think it was.
Actually, he put out a new tweet that said it was a mistake between him and his management, and it's back on.
Okay, good deal then. Yeah, so lots of good cards coming, and I really do want to see the Conor fight. It's such a spectacle because here's the thing about the Conor fight: they'll surround him with good talent too. It'll be a good card. It won't be just a Conor card. I think it'll be a good card.
I hope you're right. I feel like they drifted away from that. Like early Conor cards were amazing. The UFC puts on 2 events that I call Super Bowls a year, roughly, right? 300 is going to be one of them, but most of the cards are just regular. And then every so often, there's 2 or 3 champions on the same night, and the rest of the people of the card are all like cared about fighters, and it's cool. Early on, Conor was on stacked cards, and then as time went on, it seemed like his cards got shittier and shittier, and they would just ask Conor to carry the sales all by himself, which he did. But I hope they go back to stacked Super Bowl Conor cards.
Sure.
And it's not just like Conor and 11 Woodies on the card.
Like I said, I think we're getting one more Conor card, unless he beats Chandler, and then we'll get another one. We'll get
a title fight if he beats Chandler.
I think so. But at what weight class? They're so corrupt over there. They're so corrupt over there. They're going to let him fight a 150. They're going to let a 155er who was a 145er fight a 155er at 170. And if he wins, they're going to say, you should fight the 170 pound champion now that you've beaten a 155er at 170. It's going to be nonsense. And I swear they'll do it. He will fight Leon Edwards. And it's an interesting matchup. I don't care. I'll watch it.
Did they say 170 though, or was it 185? Because I thought I heard whispers about that.
Yeah, but I think that's just them. I think that's Conor being a jackass. Because
Conor and Chandler both said 185, if I have my facts right. I know Conor did. And like Kyle, I also am doubtful that that's a real thing.
Yeah, I think he's just being a jackass. I think he likes getting those extra clicks just by adding a little extra cherry on top of weirdness. Like, whoa, 185? Is he going to get bigger? Is he is Conor 205 walking around and he's got a cut to 180? No, he's not. He's probably walking around at like 205. Actually, yeah, he's probably walking around 205, huh? He looks thick. He looks big.
He's thick as fuck. I am not good at estimating weight through TV.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I stood next to him, I might be a little better.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because he is shorter than us.
Yeah, Hollywood's based on this. Like all your favorite action stars are 5'9".
Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
And everyone knows 5'9" guys, they can't be heroes.
No, they can't even. I don't know.
You got
car seats like that.
What's the minimum height for being a hero? Probably 6'5" or so. I'm not
6'6", I would think, is the minimum parameters for being a hero.
I don't think I would be able to tell the difference.
I need to know dick size if I'm going to choose.
Yeah, you need to tell how big someone's cock is and be like, man, this guy's a fucking hero.
All right. You're doing pretty well so far. Let's get that done.
Dude, that'd be funny if like Biden fell during a speech or something and like his penis fell out and it was like tiny, and then the next episode Woody comes on and he's like, I just am over him. I don't like this guy. This guy's the worst. He doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. He's weak, a frail old man. Like,
let me say this: Biden has a schlong. Let me tell you how I know, because his son has a big one. All right.
Dude, if he fell out, he had just a giant old man dick. You like maybe next episode, Kyle and I are like, maybe there's something to this guy.
When Marjorie Taylor Green broke out those giant, cut out, blown up photos of Hunter Biden's cock and like a woman's hand. Yeah, there's a photo where he's taking a picture of a woman holding his cock like this, like in both hands. And it's like, it's longer than her hands and she's not at the base. It's a big old dick she's holding. So she's just put this big black rectangle over his cock, and she was generous. It's like that Simpsons episode where Flanders is showering and they blur his dick down to his knee.
Yeah.
And so there she is in the hall, in those hollowed halls that, not poop on the walls. And not the same.
Marjorie Taylor Green is infatuated with Hunter's dick. She
just
brings
down
it
the
up
hall.
She's like, I gotta go to Kinko's again.
It's just down the hall from where the staffers butt fuck each other, I'm sure. but she's got this big picture of him
That's where the poop really came from.
Yeah. So my bet is that I bet, now I'll say this. I bet if there was a dick measuring contest, I think Biden might win it based on what I've said here.
Against his son?
Against Trump.
Against Trump.
Oh,
Trump has
yeah, maybe.
For a small dick.
Don't make it weird.
You're right. I'm sorry.
They say Trump's dick is small, but it's always people that hate him, like Stormy Daniels, and
yeah.
Actually, she's the only one I know.
Can't really. Yeah. Anyway, on the topic of Joe Biden and Trump's penis, let's read an ad real quick. PharoahDistro.com, folks. Is your head starting to hurt trying to figure out how to spend time with your girlfriend or your side chick on Valentine's Day? Are you feeling down because that guy has 2 girlfriends and you have 0? Or are you just happy in life, whatever your situation? Well, do we have something for you? Dive into the world of PharoahDistro.com, where we turn frowns upside down and elevate moods higher than the peak of the pyramids. Our exotic THCA flower. It's not just a product, it's a one-way ticket to Bliss Town. So potent, makes Cupid's arrows look like rubber darts. And for those who like their joy prepackaged, our pre-rolls are the talk of the Nile. Rolled to perfection, they're the Cleopatra of cannabis, leaving you feeling like royalty. But wait, there's more. This February, love is in the air, and so are freebies. With every purchase of 7 grams or more of our divine flower, you'll receive a pack of rose palm wraps on the house. It's like a love letter from us to you. And because we're all about spreading the love, use the secret code PKA20 at checkout for 20% off your entire order. It's a love potion for your wallet. Whether you're solo, double, or just rolling with the punches, PharoahDistro.com is your wingman this Valentine's Day. So why wait? Get the party started at PharoahDistro.com and use code PKA20 for 20% off your order just for the listeners of the show. PharoahDistro.com, linked below. That's PKA20. That 20% off, get yourself a dab pen, get yourself a disposable dab pen, the carts, edibles, THCA flour, THCA dab sauce, or the Dab X Go, an excellent dab rig that you can get 20% off of with PKA20. And Kyle, what do you got? You got the flower right there, don't you?
Yeah, I got the flower right here. And I just wanted to say, I'm reading it for the first time, and it's 27.9% total cannabinoids, and it's 25.9% THCA. I actually haven't smoked this in a while, or maybe I haven't smoked this exact strain. So I'm going to try this out later.
Yeah, give it a go.
Smoke it. Kind of want to smoke it now.
Smoke it right meow. Get yourself high. You're high every episode anyway. Like,
yeah, people, I just don't want.
It's not like you'd get high and people be like, "Whoa, Kyle's acting loopy." Like, you're just continuing to be high.
I just don't know if I want to burn a blunt in this.
Are you high right now?
Yeah, I'm. Well, you know, like I would say, like a medium, like a 4 out of 10 high. Like,
if you don't want to
nice
get too blitzed, maybe don't smoke a whole blunt of that, because again, the Delta 8 stuff definitely weaker. HHC in the middle. This THCA shit, folks, it's as strong as regular weed. Like, it's very potent. And as always with the edibles, they're accurately dosed and they're strongly dosed. So don't be a retard. Don't take 100 milligram edible from these guys just because you take 100 milligrams of gas station garbage at the same time. Start slower. Have a good time. Don't take it for granted that they are underdosed, because they're not. Like, you take a bite of that fucking nerd rope shit, you're gone for like a day and a half. It's very, very strong. So check it out. PKA 20% off at PharoahDistro.com. That's linked below. PKA 20% off, PharoahDistro.com. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. Are you tired of coming like a little baby boy, like a bitch, like someone who's not respected by their wife or husband? Are you tired of it? I know someone out there is banging on their dashboard right now, sitting in traffic going, yes, I am tired of it. What can I do to fix it, Taylor? You can go to GorillaMind.com. Derek from More Plates, More Dates, wonderful site, efficacious dosages of everything. And this is going to make you come more. You're going to be pre-coming. That's the pygeum. You're going to have a lot more pearlescence. That's the selenium. You're going to have more ejaculate, which means a better cum. More impressive cum. That's the sunflower lecithin, as well as a few of the other vitamins in there in our proprietary blend that was arrived at by me and Kyle, doing some vigorous home research, and then bringing that research to Derek and getting a great product for it. So check it out. Code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off anything over at GorillaMind.com. And just because we're only partnered with them on Lock and Load doesn't mean you can't use that coupon to get yourself protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you are interested in about health, efficaciously dosed, is available over there at gorillamind.com. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off. And we're back in stock because the holiday season is over.
Wonderful.
You'd be surprised, Scott, our cum pills, they sell out every holiday season.
Thousands of bottles.
It's not the time that you would think they would sell out, but apparently it's like a good stocking stuffer, both for people to get for themselves or like a joke product to be like, haha, I bet you can't come anymore, Dad. I got you cum stuff. And do you guys do that? You give cum related gifts to your dad? So
yeah. I'm thinking I might just have to.
You're gonna have to, yeah. So check it out.
Yeah, I don't think Blue Chew's a sponsor tonight, but I actually hooked my dad up with the Blue Chew like situation a while back because I know I don't remember how it came up. I think I was just telling him about our cum pills, and I was like, yeah, and we also have like dick pills too. Like, really? How do you do that? You're not a pharmacist, son.
Oh, it's 2024, Dad. You can.
Everyone's a pharmacist in 2024.
Yeah,
just go online.
Get your dick pills, your cum pills, and your fucking weed.
That is that. I will say, I often say that the future isn't as cool as I thought it was going to be. Like when I was a kid, I bet I would have thought almost 2025 was going to be a time of space exploration and like, I don't know, advanced technologies in one area or another.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really happen, did it?
No, we kind of
like. What's the most impressive thing? Because I think it's telemedicine and the ability to like teleconference and like get a group of like right here we've got 4 people trying just being silly. But if we had 4 experts about rocket science, we could make a thing happen here. I think the ability to like get people in these conference calls and telemedicine in particular is cool because just being able to get that taken care of at home without, I don't know. I like that. I think telemedicine and teleconferencing are 2 of the more advanced technologies that are cool. But there's no fucking space travel. There's no hoverboards. There's no flying cars. Not really. Every now and then they'll be like, look at this flying car. It costs $8 million and no one's allowed to fly it anywhere.
Dude, they can't even make delicious snacks yet without filling it with poison or too many calories. And we think we're going to conquer the stars when Oreos are the calories they are right now.
It's defined as poison by the Europeans, not by us. So it's okay.
I don't know. The more I like see that stuff, the more I'm like, oh, I think the Europeans are right on this one. Don't let them find out I said that.
Have you seen that?
I'll keep your secret.
But on the food point, the Europeans are right. Every other point with their fucking nonsense about
they right? I think
their food. Every American I talk to is like the quality of food over there is so markedly different, and it is a fact that like even companies that like mass like Heinz, companies like that, they sell a different version of their product in like the UK and the European Union because they can't sell what they sell to us because they're like, oh, here in France, we know that it makes you less gay. And so we do not allow that. And like that's like they know it's not good for you. And so they say no.
The GMO thing in particular. Like so here's my thing. The bioengineered plants are better. They're better, they're bigger, they're juicier, sometimes they're tastier, they're more attractive. You don't want fucking tomatoes from 150 years ago on your
I thought they were less nutrient dense.
I'll be okay.
Did I get fake news?
I want the newest berries you have. I want the brand new.
Whatever. That's the best in the middle of an argument. Be like, I'm just gonna do a little freestyle in here. No idea what I'm talking about. Doesn't forge an ad.
There is a general idea that if you look at strawberries from like 200 years ago, they're not nearly as cool. Yeah. And there's also a thing that sometimes they modify these things to stand up to pesticides. And now we get fruits with more pesticides. So that aspect of it I don't love. But just the freaking selective breeding and genetic engineering to make fruits bigger and tastier and better, I'm on board with that.
Well, it's not just selective breeding if it's GMO, right? Like they've done some sort of dark magic science in a laboratory somewhere. They like the selective breeding is how we got so many wonderful plants that we have now. There's this, I don't know which painting it is, but there's this old painting. And there's it's fruit on a table, and everybody's like, why does that watermelon look like that? Because it's mostly rind, and there's just a little bit, and it's like there's a star shaped like watermelon like the fruit of a watermelon is sort of star shaped in there. Like that's what they used to look like. They used to be mostly rind, and there was just a little like edible watermelon in the middle. Everything's like that. Corn used to be this absurd looking thing that definitely you wouldn't be eating an ear of
strawberries
corn.
too. Like, you know how big a strawberry is. Cut that by 3/4 for 200 years ago.
Yeah, everything's better. I'm okay with the GMO stuff, but it is. I've seen videos and maybe just lists of all the ingredients that aren't allowed in Europe. I think it's one of the colorings that we use, like yellow, red 5 or yellow 6 or whatever the hell. Like one of those is bad for you.
And then there's like Subway can't advertise that their sandwiches come on bread because like the sugar bread. Content is so high. It's not bread.
Yeah,
it's like
it's cake.
Pastry or cake. Okay,
it's cake now. And I think that ketchup is technically soda. Because there's so much sugar in ketchup. There's lots of things like that. I don't care. I like the American. That's my vegetable. Products.
See, I don't mind GMO stuff so much as like I don't like that you can't find a lot of real stuff. Like I had 100% grape juice for the first time like a month ago. I mean, like not watered down at all. I got it from this Brazilian store, and I'll be honest with you, it's kind of strong. And it's so sugary that the sugar forms on the bottom, but it tastes like if you can get over the strength of it, it tastes like so good. And I've been chasing that high, but you can't find it here.
Chasing that dragon.
Yeah. It's
I drink.
It's the shitty food,
One time I had watermelon juice, and that was really good.
You can buy it at the store. They sell jugs of it.
Actual like honest watermelon juice.
It's from that Donald Sutherland. It's from that Donald Sutherland brand. That's Simply, Simply.
Okay.
It's just watermelon juice. A whole half gallon of it.
I need to see the ingredients.
It's water. I bet it says watermelon juice on the back.
I needed to actually say that. Don't be like water and watermelon concentrate so you can fuck with the recipe.
Yeah.
No. I want it to be genuine.
No, I don't get too experimental with my juices. I do drink that 100% cranberry juice that's just so hard to get down, but I think it has iodine in it. I don't know why I eat half the things I eat anymore. But I think it has iodine in it.
Simply watermelon. What's in it? 10% juice blend.
Oh no, contains pure filtered water, watermelon something, and cane sugar, lemon juice for tartness, cherry juice, and natural flavors, not from concentrate. Well,
that's not Simply then.
Not at all. Nothing simple about that. You made watermelon soda.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's horse shit. All right. Maybe watermelon juice is too expensive to create.
I feel like watermelon juice would be the easiest though, because like you try and crush an orange and like it's like fucked up, but like you could you don't have to chew watermelon. You just fucking crush it with your tongue if you want.
What you do is you drill it. You cut a little hole in the top of the watermelon. You take a power drill and you put a wire coat hanger in there. Just tighten your power drill on there and stick that in there and turn it on, and it liquefies the whole inside. That's how the Egyptians got the brains out.
With their
hit it with the at-home abortion.
Yep, there you go.
The at-home abortion.
You get the fucking Milwaukee out and make some melon juice.
That hit well. It took me a second, but I was like, Scott, what do you do outside of fishbowl and amateur MMA? What do you do for a living?
I lift heavy packages. It's not exciting. I did the classic MMA guy thing and didn't bother to learn anything. I was like, all right, it's cool. I'm doing MMA. I just fucking yeah. No, I mean, I just my day is just go to work, come home, train. I don't really do too much. I like video games, obviously. I do YouTube videos and stuff like that, and I stream. But I kind of have a boring life, honestly.
UPS?
Huh?
UPS, I said. Is that where
UPS?
you work?
No. I do shipping and receiving for a place.
Okay.
What games do you play?
I play a lot of old games right now. A lot of like Fallout New Vegas. I'm playing Fallout. I'm playing through Fallout 2 for the first time.
That's the like top down one?
Yeah, that's the isometric one.
Yeah, I've never played that one. I've played the rest of them.
If you can get through the first like 20 minutes, it kind of picks up because like, you know, going from like FPS to isometric turn based is like a little weird. It's kind of slow.
Yeah, I got really into Baldur's Gate when it came out, but I'd never played a game that was like that before. But I instantly fell in love with that game. That game's so good. Right now, Palworld seems to be the most popular thing. Our friends all have a server. They keep begging us to come play with them, but
it does look fun.
See, I don't know if I'm going to like it, and I feel like I'm going to disappoint people when I don't like it. Do you ever like someone introduces you to their hobby or the thing they like, maybe even just a food or a restaurant, and you're like, ooh, this is bad. I don't like this. This isn't, or it's just not fun to me. I feel like that's going to happen if I play Palworld because I don't have that connection to Pokemon that you do.
Like Pokemon you're barely too old for Pokemon. It was right in my fucking wheelhouse. Like I was 7 when Pokemon Red came out for Game Boy. Scott, how old are you?
I'm 29.
29? Okay, so you're just a few years younger than me. So you probably hit Pokemon hard around the same time, right?
Yeah, I remember playing some of the games, but I don't have like a lot. Like I don't remember them that well because I usually would just play them like, you know, on like a cousin's thing or something like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, we were like obsessed with it. Like when we were little kids, like we would bring it to school. We'd play Game Boy like on the playground. Someone would bring their trade cable so that you could trade or that you could battle. And the cable only worked like 30-40% of the time. And so it was like always exciting when it did work. I remember like being devastated because my best friend in grade school, Alex, and me were supposed to bring our Game Boys to school and use a trade cable because I needed to trade my Kadabra to him and then have him trade it back to me because trading it was the only way to get it to evolve into Alakazam. There was no other way to do it, and I needed an Alakazam on my squad. It's a powerful psychic type Pokemon. Fucks up other ones. Very high speed, high attack. And I got there on the playground with him like the day before. Like I'm anticipating it. I'm like playing with my Kadabra, and I'm like, this is the last day of you shitty ass Kadabra. Tomorrow you're going to be an Alakazam. Then I get there, and we spend all of recess trying to troubleshoot issues as like 7-year-olds with a cable. But we're like, I mean, there's only one place to put it, and it's there. What do we do?
I'm out of ideas.
We've blown in it a lot. We've gone like trying to clean it out with our spitty, 7-year-old mouths. And I had to go home that day like with a Kadabra still, and was so sad. Yeah, devastated. I have a very strong.
What grade was this?
Connection. This was probably, how old are you when you're 7? First grade, second grade, around there.
It's like third
grade. See,
I track
second grade then.
The cool thing in my second grade class was Santavius Johnson had this pin that not only could you choose multiple colors by pulling the little sliders down on the side, but it was like there was a not a vibrator, but a motor inside that made the pin tip do like oscillations.
Yes.
And you could put it in these. Yeah. I don't know. You could trace through these plastic things that stencils
like
that you put on paper,
something like that.
Yeah, and you could create like art with it. And he was really good at that. Like that was the coolest thing we had. We didn't have fucking game consoles.
It's okay. What Taylor's describing,
you act like you're so cool,
dude. When Taylor talks about
5 years,
he might as well be talking about Blue's Clues to me. And he's like, oh, I was devastated at Blue's Clues how this worked out. I wanted Mr. Chair and I didn't. I got the fucking map.
And then when Steve didn't check the mail, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Blue's Clues and Pokemon ring the same to me. They're just children's things that I never cared about.
Yeah, well, I was a child, and so it was my.
Did you watch the show?
There's winners and there's excuse makers. All right, which one are you being right now?
I'm an excuse maker. I was a kid who was into Pokemon. To answer your question, Kyle, yes. Every Saturday morning, I woke up and watched the new Pokemon on TV.
The new Pokemon. That's the one that has like Ash and.
Like Ash and his like I was coming up in the very beginning of Pokemon. Team Rocket, you got Jesse and James, and all their adventures.
Which one's the girl? Whichever one's the girl. Are they brother and sister?
Then no, they had kind of what I now realize to be probably a sexual relationship.
I thought
they were not
gay
siblings,
and they were brother and sister.
No, because one of them was like a rich kid. Because I didn't play the games. I watched Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
One of them was a rich kid. I think it was James, and then Jesse was like poor as shit.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize that. It was only like recently that I realized like both of their Pokemon were like sex jokes in some of the season. Like, I think Jesse had like a Weeping Bell, which is like it looks like a fleshlight, and then James had a Weeping Bell, which looked like a fleshlight, and Jesse had Lickitung, which is like a licking Pokemon. And so looking back, I wish they hadn't done that. It's classless, boorish.
Yeah, their Pokemon were sex toys.
Crass. Yeah,
like he was definitely fucking that Weeping Bell.
Were they supposed to be 16? I could never tell how old people were on that show, because like Brock, I always thought was like, oh, he's like an adult because he was a gym leader.
Yeah, and then like who took care of his like siblings.
Yeah, he had like 8 siblings or something. That's wild. You remember more of the show than I did. I was more into the games than the show, but it was mid 90s Game of Thrones in that when I went to school on Monday, I knew that Alex and Travis and all my buddies, they were going to be like, did you see Ash fight against the 3rd gym leader, the electric gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, who had a Raichu? And the big thing was like, Lieutenant Surge has a Raichu. That's the evolved form of Pikachu, by the way, Kyle. And Ash merely has a Pikachu. And so how's he going? This is insurmountable.
I don't appreciate you talking down to Kyle and I like that. We know which Pikachus evolve into which Pikachu.
I don't think you do. I bet if I would have said what's Raichu, I bet Kyle would have been like, that's what Pikachu turns into. Like, I bet Kyle actually might have known that.
I have no fucking idea about any of that stuff, if I'm being honest. I know, remember when we had a question that was like, what name Pokemon? I named like 3. Like, I know, like Squirtle, you can, and Charizard, like I know like 3 fucking Pokemon. I'm telling you, I saw one of those cards at school in high school. No, middle school. I remember some kid pulled out some of those cards, and I was like, noted.
Okay. Nobody was bringing this shit around in middle school. Like,
he's like flipping through these pitches and like, what the fuck is that? He's like, this is a fucking doobly dop. It's got 8 attack, but not against water Pokemon, which sucks because Marcus, the only kid that plays with me, he's got all water Pokemon. He's like, I don't want to be part of that.
Oh, dude, like when I was like the nerdy shit I was really into in high school, I like did not talk about that stuff. I literally had a friend from another school who I was really into that stuff with. And like the thought of like telling my buddies at my high school, like, yeah, I'm hanging out with my other friend I'm very close with, still one of my best friends. And we're going to play Lord of the Rings strategy card game together. That was tight to the chest in high school.
Dressed up as
Magic. I started playing Magic the Gathering when I was like 16, which is the least cool time to ever start. And so I never talked about that either. Ever.
Taylor was a closeted nerd in high school.
Oh yeah. Like I've always liked.
He had a secret boy from another school who he shared his true self with. Yeah. But not in his own school.
Oh, I remember so many times I'd be with this buddy.
Where's this story going?
It made me laugh. Like me and this friend, we were great buddies, and he would come over sometimes on the weekend and we'd like play these games and everything. And so we were like, I think we were maybe like 16 or so. And we actually went to Gen Con 2006 in Nashville together for a Lord of the Rings tournament. Yeah, it's like a nerdy card convention, that kind of thing. But I remember like I'd be playing the game with my buddy, having a grand old time, and I'd like on like a Saturday afternoon, and I'd like see my dad come down the stairs. He'd be like coming downstairs to like do something else, and he'd like look and see me and my buddy playing with what to him is the gayest game of all time, and he would look at me with eyes that said like eyes of cut that out. And I remember the shame, feeling like, oh, I feel dirty doing this. I told you, like, he tried to play with me once when I was in like 13 or 14, and I tried to get him to play with me. He was always saying it, and I was like in the middle of explaining the rules of the Lord of the Rings. It's basically Magic the Gathering, but with Lord of the Rings. And I remember explaining it to him, and he just like was looking with like a grimace and was like, Taylor, I just can't. And he got up and he went to golf. He wanted to golf by himself instead of learning to play with that.
His dad's like, I don't know. I put him on the boys wrestling team. How'd he turn out so gay?
Yeah. Damn. Oh, dude. When it turned out I was good at ice hockey.
That's it. Get your leotard on.
Yeah. Dude, when it turned out I like ended up being good as a goalie in ice hockey, I could see my dad decide like, all right, this is our bonding thing. Like this is what we do because he's into a bunch of lame nonsense.
Yeah, we can throw all those little cards away.
Did you guys ever do, Scott? You ever do anything like embarrassing that your dad didn't like?
Yeah, I kind of had a similar thing, except it was with Halo. Okay. It was Halo 3. I had a buddy of mine that I'd always play with, and he was like so good, and I was so trash. I literally only beat him one time, and it was like frustrating getting my ass beat. So I'm like sitting here, like I'm not like freaking out, but I'm like yelling and shit like that, and he's just walking by in the living room, and he kind of gives me that same look you were talking about. Yeah. Like as soon as you said that, I was like transported back. I was like, okay, yeah, no, that sounds like my dad.
I remember trying to explain a game to my dad, a video game. I don't even remember which one, and I was like, yeah, I'm like a lieutenant commander or something, and I'm just trying to explain how the ranks work. I'm not stealing valor.
Yeah.
But he goes, see that, honey? Kyle's a lieutenant commander. Do you have any idea?
Oh, dude, that's devastating.
I was just like, all right, I'll never share my passions with you ever again. What do you like? Let me form a life around it. God damn it.
So I remember, like sometimes like that buddy I played those card games with, like he was a good friend of mine. So like he'd hang out with me and my like other buddies from high school. And if he ever started to bring up any of that stuff, I'd be like let's keep that under wraps. No one needs to know that you've been working on a magic card deck.
I had this friend that was a little embarrassing. I definitely wouldn't have wanted some of my friends to know he was my friend. He was just kind of lame. He was in very nerdy stuff, like more nerdy than me. But then I remember we got in this argument about the fucking power loaders in Alien 2 one time. And it's like, we're 12-year-olds. So like, this is my nerdy friend for sure. Mm-hmm. But he was over my house and he starts explaining, he sang a Weird Al Yankovic song to my family. He sang it. He performed it for them. And he thought it was very funny. And then he explained.
Do you know which one? Was it Eat It?
He's singing Pretty Fly for a White Guy for your family.
I think he sang Gump. Gump sat alone on a bench in a park. My name is Forrest, he casually remarked.
I didn't like using it just now, so I can't imagine how your family felt.
Yeah.
Teeth gritting.
He verse after verse, he went on and on. And then after that, he I think he talked about how nuclear reactors work because he was like learning about that in his like private school or something. And just he had this accent as well because they weren't from round here. So it was just a bad look. Dad was just like,
kind of accent. Where was he from?
Canada.
Well, I don't know, just north of us. You know what I mean? Like you can just hear it. You can hear that Yankee accent. I remember my buddy Curtis, his cousin was from Maryland, and he would come down, and it was like, whoa, you're too pale, and you call Coke pop. We're gonna keep an eye on you, buddy.
We don't trust those states where the schools aren't ranked in the 40s somewhere.
That's right. We've got some religion and togetherness down here. We know our neighbors.
A little bit of culture.
That's right.
I remember I moved to North Carolina and I didn't want to believe the schools were bad, but they were bragging about being 38th in the country. It's like,
do they know how many states there are?
Maybe not.
They're 48th in the country, Taylor. They have no fucking clue.
They were 38, and they made some progress. Like, we were previously 44th best schools, and now we're 38th. That's not bad, right?
Well, that's because all the schools in Delaware burned down, thank God, because it moved us up.
What state does have the best schools?
It's actually Massachusetts, which is crazy because if you met a dude hanging out in Dorchester, you'd never believe that.
Yeah, they do have a bunch of nice
people
schools.
Come there for an education.
Dude, Bruins fans are some of the most educated people around.
Oh yeah,
don't doubt it.
That's that's one of the few hockey games I've been to. Was when the Thrashers played the Bruins back in the day.
I saw an Ask Reddit question. Here, we'll start with Scott. Scott, I'm going to give you 3 inches. You need to allocate it to your height and your dick. What is the breakdown?
What?
Shit. Wait. 3 inches added to either of those?
Yeah. No, you can go 2 and 1. You can go 3 and 0.
Oh, dude, three in the dick.
3 in the dick.
Yeah.
I'm already 6 feet tall. I'm just barely in there. So it's like, in there is in there.
Yeah. What, you trying to make him get a whole new wardrobe? He wants a bigger dick. Let's go.
By mistake.
I'm with him. I want the gigantic dick. Let's go. Yes.
Exactly.
Let's
I want women to hold it like Hunter Biden.
I want you want women to hold it like Hunter Biden's. Yes. That's a good one, but part of me wants to take one and be 6'1", because being 6 foot, it's like no one ever believes you, because there are so many fibbers out there, so many 5'11" guys who are stealing valor from 6 feet kings. And so maybe 2 on the dick, 1 get up to 6'1", because that's no one lies about 6'1" ever. That's the least lied about.
All right, I'm with you. I'm taking an inch to the height too. I'm taking
1 for height, 2 for dick.
Yeah, 2 for dick.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I might split the difference. I might split the difference because I think I'm about 6'1.5". An inch and a half would get me up to 6'3" even.
I am putting every bit of this in my height. My dick is fine. I don't even have a desire for it.
You're a married man, sir.
That's it.
If you came home with more cock, she might be like, "What the fuck have you done?"
Dude, half the positions we do are already tread carefully positions. You add more length to that, and it's gonna fucking.
So you're just gonna be 6'3" with little arms. You can't add 3 inches of height without your arms getting longer.
I would look silly,
you can.
But
you wouldn't notice. Absolutely not. We've talked about it before. My wingspan is too long already. Like my arms are a little longer than they should.
No, I'm not saying yours. I'm saying that if Woody adds all 3 inches, then you're going to have a 6 foot man.
It won't be noticeable. He's going to put it in his
6'3".
torso. It's all going to be torso height.
That's what I'm describing.
Will that 3 inches make a difference though on the arms? Like, do you think people will look at them and they'll be like, what the hell's wrong with them? And then they slowly figure that out.
You're probably right. I was just imagining there's a picture of the leg breaking surgery that some people get to become taller. And this one dude went from, I think the picture we saw was like, he went from like 5'8" to 5'11 and a half, maybe 6 foot. But it was bigger than that. It was like 5'3" to 5'9". It was something like that. The guy was real short. And in the after photo, he is taller, but his arms are like, they're like T-Rex arms. They're not coming down as far as like a normal person's arms hang. So he looks like he's disabled almost.
Yeah.
Anytime there's plastic surgery, you can nitpick it. He probably still looks better.
Oh yeah. Like if you're like 5'4" as a guy, that is a rough roll. Like you got to go to China or New York or wherever they do like breaking bone.
You better hope you get a 20 on charisma.
No, go find yourself a short girl and make yourself like a couple that matches. Don't break your legs.
You know what short girls like? Tall guys.
Money.
For some fucking reason. Well, money, yeah.
Cat Williams, money. Cat, it's a lot easier to make a lot of money than fucking grow 3 inches. So get to work. Cat Williams was like, they got this surgery. They can give you for $250,000. They can give you an inch. I'm rich as fuck. I could be 7'6". I wonder how tall he actually is. He's got to be like 5.
He's a real little fella. What were you saying, Scott?
No, I was going to tell a story, but it's all good.
No, go for it.
I was going to say fucking height matters because like I learned recently that my great-great-grandfather was in the Civil War, right? And he was in a regiment that was in like all the battles and shit like that. And we're learning about that. We're learning about him and we're like, oh, dude, like, wow, this is crazy. Oh, man, like, tears in the eyes, kind of pride. And then we see one of his draft cards and it says 5'3".
Wow.
And me and my uncle and my dad just started cracking the fuck up. So I think the height really does matter if you're like 5'3", 5'4",
What I think that is? Is it because people didn't have as much protein as children back then growing up or something? Like because you're 6 feet tall. How tall is your dad?
He's like 5'10", I think. And the thing is, my great grandfather was a potato famine baby, so that's probably what it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Not getting any nutrients.
Zach, find that photo of the U.S. Marine, the North Korean Marine, and the South Korean Marine standing together, like at the border. And it's like, first of all, y'all could have dressed that dude up a little better if he was going to be on camera with the American and the South Korean. No, our guys are looking fucking nice. We picked a good guy out. The South Koreans got their dude. They're Ace. Come on, your cameras are out. The North Koreans sent this scrawny motherfucker who looked hungry in the picture. And he's wearing like those brown, plain, like uniform. Everybody else is looking spiffy. Look at this shit.
Yeah, so they didn't even send the top. Why,
dude? The South Korean looks like a gangster. He looks like he could do all sorts of. Look at the belt buckle he's got. I feel like he's a dojo champion / pimp. Like he's like a Tom Cruise level of cool right there. With the
American's not dressed well, but he's a big boy. At least he looks like one next to that little boy.
Yeah,
I'm sure that South Korea and America were both like, all right, well, we're not stupid. Send your big, intimidating guy. And North Korea is like, who's our biggest, most intimidating guy? Well, he's 5'4".
Is that his name, Anastasia? Is his last name Anastasia? What does that mean?
Anastasia?
Yeah, that's probably his last name.
It just
I think they do last name. Pat.
No one ever made fun of him.
No, that guy's square jaw.
Where's Private Anastasia? Oh, well, welcome.
Oh, there he is. Yes.
Welcome to the unit, sir.
Sorry. When we were making fun of you, we did not imagine you would be 6'10", sir.
Oh my God. All right. So the Simpsons episode where Nelson's picking on the guy in the car and the guy gets out and he's a giant. And it's like, oh no. I saw a video of that happening in real life the other day.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Oh my. The
big guy used his restraint there.
There's like a traffic incident and this dude's gets out of his car and comes back and he's yelling and cursing and the driver's trying to be understanding, but dude's pushing it. And so he's like, you motherfucker, gets out. And the driver looks like Hodor from Game of Thrones. He is an ape of a man, like maybe 6'4", 6'5", 340 pounds, a giant. And all of a sudden the whole... 6'5". It was hard to tell because I was
standing next to like a full-size truck and he was over a head taller than it.
He looked like a Brahma bull standing on its back legs. And the original guy, like the whole mood changed. Like it was like, oh, well, fuck, you're big.
All right, well, mind your P's and Q's, sir. I'm getting back in my car.
It's absurd. Yeah, it's funny when you see that like visual math happen real quick. And it's like a different dog walked in the room or something like that, and it was like, oh shit, what are you?
Did you finish Jack
record scratch moment,
Kyle?
I told you I watched the first episode. I found it wanting, and I don't plan to go
stop
back.
there. Well, you're probably right.
Yeah, quit it. That show is shit now. It's just a big jacked guy from Blue Mountain State going around, asking advice from less qualified people.
You guys haven't seen it. He has two ladies in his special investigators unit.
Mm-hmm.
Each of these girls, by the way, both of them built like fashion models, can beat up 2 or 3 men at a time. And it's like, this is just stupid.
That's impressive. Was it their army training, you think?
I think they were wearing plot armor. I think that's what helped them out.
That's what did it. Yeah, if you watch fighting and watch professional athletes do their thing, you kind of have a different sense of the way the world works, especially if you do it yourself a little bit. Like that's one thing that always irks me. That really thin Japanese girl there was that Kiefer Sutherland show called Last Survivor, where he was the designated survivor on a State of the Union, and Congress gets destroyed and he has to rebuild the government. In the later seasons of that, when they didn't know what to do, they would just send this skinny Japanese girl on like secret missions to go beat up thugs in South America. And it's like you said, she's acting like she's Rambo. Like doesn't matter how many men there are, it doesn't matter how many guns there are, and she's like
built like a fashion model.
This girl's fists are so small, like there's just not enough mass moving to hurt someone. You know what I mean? Like you can be as technical as you want, but you're not going to knock me out. Like you can't hit that hard. And she's just giving these guys the old 1-2, and they're out like cold.
It's like rowing a boat with a broomstick, right?
Yeah.
Just that you can pull as hard as you want. You're not going anywhere.
And it's not a girl thing even necessarily. Like I always say, like, I don't want some little femboy fireman coming to save me either. I want a big brawny motherfucker that looks like Captain Anastasia over there. Like you better pick me up in your arms and like not even sweat it. Like I don't want you to be having a hard time getting me out of there.
Yeah. Firefighters should all be jacked.
Who should
Everyone?
Firefighters?
Firefighters.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. I mean, cops should be jacked too, and they should probably be less retarded.
They should have both of those are good.
Yeah.
They should have annual requalifying. Just some basic tests on the law and maybe run a mile. And I don't think it to be fast, right? Like it just run a mile at a pace that means you can't walk it.
Yeah, you can't be like they should have uniform restrictions. You've seen those guys who are like FUPA to the max, barely fit in their squad car. It's like, what are you doing?
That's how I would police the police. I would if the union was like, no, I'm sorry, you can't force these qualifications. You can't make them run the mile. It's like, okay, well, uniforms no longer come in a size larger than XXX. No exceptions.
What would the pant size be? Would you be 38?
Maximum waist size is a 40 inch. At 40 inches, you can't be a police officer. Like there used to be some big boys out there. We might
fucking fat.
I mean, but again, Anastasia there might be a 42. He's a big man.
Well,
I don't know.
That's a different kind though.
That's a 40-inch waist because he's 7 feet tall, not because he let himself go.
The Army does that pretty well, assuming it's still the same as back when my friend told me about it. But they look at your BMI. If your BMI is too high, then they break out like the fat calipers and stuff. Because as you know, like pro bodybuilders have terrible BMIs. They look like fatties and they're really not. So they do. They just break out the calipers, measure your body fat. If your BMI is wrong, that's what cops should have.
Yeah.
The problem with weak, fat, out of shape, and untrained cops, like physically untrained, like they don't know wrestling or jiu-jitsu or how to like isolate a limb or something like that, is they get people killed. You get people killed because if you can't throw a punch or if you can't take a punch or if you can't wrestle a subject, then all you've got to go to is your gun because that taser ain't shit. That taser's going to fail most of the time.
You see that with chick cops.
I was going to say, I was waiting my turn. He didn't mention it, but that describes every girl.
Yeah.
It's most women like, and it's sometimes it's an attitude thing. I saw a video the other day and the guy's got his dash cam filming him. I think it's a black guy. And
is he the cop or the other person? He's
the driver being pulled over. And he says, lets him know he's got guns in the car. And the cop pulls a gun out, puts it to his head. The lady cop pulls a gun out, puts it to his head. And he's like, whoa, y'all really doing me like this? What the fuck are you doing? They're like, get out of the car. He's like, you got a gun to my head. like it escalated to this crazy place so quick. And there was two cops. There was a male cop and a female cop. And the female cop was the one not addressing him directly. She was kind of a step behind, closer to his,
she was holding the gun though.
And she immediately like fucking gun pointing through his
from Jersey or Maryland or just a state where guns aren't as common. It's still bad. I'm not excusing it. I'm just
when you're a woman, and there's this like big scary dude and it's your job to go be like, hey, you have to do this. And then you also find out he's got a gun. I don't want to be mean here. I don't want to be a misogynist or anything, but that's kind of why I don't think women should be cops for the most part.
Dude, it's not just that.
A last resort becomes a first response often because there's no other thing they can do.
That's. Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I watch a lot of this shit. I have a sick addiction to police videos. I genuinely watch
Have you seen anyone die today?
Today,
Thursday. Yes.
I'm genuinely trying to answer honestly. I don't think I've seen anyone die today, but yesterday 100%, lots of people. Probably 10, 20 people yesterday because I watched some war. I watched some war shit yesterday. I watched some war shit, and then I also watched I let the police activity videos accrue before I watched them, and I've seen some lady cops that could handle their shit. The majority of the ones who are in the in the shit either shoot too much or not enough, or shoot. I've seen them shoot their partners. I saw one that's hilarious. This black lady starts fleeing. She's like a shoplifter or something. Lady cop is chubby. Man cop is chubby. They start chasing. The lady cop trips and falls because like in an open parking lot, because she's doing that thing where you're trying to catch someone and you lean too far forward because you're not athletic and you've never chased someone before. You never played flag football. You never
kind of how like Tom chases Jerry.
It's that she's never played a fucking down of football. That's what it is. She's never like tackled anybody before. And so she's leaning too far forward and she just gets head over heels and starts doing like crazy arms and falls face first into the asphalt, knocks herself unconscious. I'm talking about like out, like snoring out. The man cop takes maybe 20 more paces, catches black lady, puts her down, a little rough with her. He's screaming back to her like it's Saving Private Ryan. I don't know her name. Amy! Mm-hmm. There are bystanders being like, she's fucked up.
It's because they were lovers. They were probably having sex.
They're outside the goddamn Winn-Dixie or some shit. Dude, I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating when I say there are like 8-10 cop cars there, 20 fucking personnel. Everybody's like looking around for a minority blast, and she's still on the ground. They put like a cushion under her head. She's staring up at the sky with dead eyes. She's like, I can't feel my feet.
Oh, dude, you paralyzed yourself in a fucking Winn-Dixie parking lot from running incorrectly.
On the other hand, and it's not just a female-male thing all the time. I saw a male cop, and he's having this interaction with a man in an apartment complex stairwell. You know, Two buildings are next to each other, and there's that space between with the zigzaggy staircase that goes up. They're in there. It's poorly lit. It's nighttime. And the black guy, I don't know why I tried not to take it there. The bad guy, I mean, Freudian slip.
Tell us what the bad guy did.
I wrote that joke down 4 days ago. He pulls out a gun and points at and like points at the cop. And the cop's like, don't do that. And he like puts it back by his side. And he's like, I'm gonna kill you. And the cop's like, don't kill me. And is like running around like he's trying to avoid a water gun. And he's afraid of this guy. And
he doesn't have his own gun?
Yes, he has his own gun. He's scared though. He runs away. He ends up running away. And I saw another one where the same thing happened. And the subject like pushes the cop down and then grabs the cop by his leg, by his foot, and starts dragging the police officer through the parking lot. And the cop's partner comes around the corner and is like, what the fuck? He's dragging my partner. And my partner's just like, stop. Just on his back like a turtle being drugged. So homeboy pulls out his gun and like murders the guy who was dragging the cop. Just kills him straight up.
Seems like he blasted. It seems like he had to do that. Had to do that.
Yeah.
He's being dragged away by some guy on PCP.
And then like police officer of the week was, of course, the guy who tased the subject who was running across an interstate highway, so that he is now on the ground going, as a car comes along at 80 miles per hour, and the cop's just like, no, stop, no, boom, rolls him up, fucking kills him, fucks
Case
him up.
Closed.
The cop's just like, fuck.
I mean, that guy should have thought of that as a possibility before he ran across a highway.
Yeah, he definitely should.
The real victim there, the family that ran into him. Yeah. Now you got to relive that all the time.
Imagine taking that car and like to the collision service or whatever, and there's like chunks of meat in the grill and
fucking
stuff.
Hair in it.
Yeah, and you're a witness too in a crime, so they'll probably be like, "Nah, you have to show up and talk about it."
Oh Maybe. Yeah. They'll be like, what did you feel when you ran over him? And it's like some 80-year-old
2 bumps real quick.
Yeah, 2 bumps real quick. I bet someone dies so fast from an 80-mile-an-hour car. Like
I would kind of hope so.
Yeah, like there's no way you're laying
there. That.
No.
It depends what they hit, right? Like they run over your legs midsection, whatever. That's nice slow death.
I was imagining him like in that like frozen up, still standing, and then getting like
smashed. I picture him laying down, and I'm like, it depends what the tires hit on the person.
Yeah, it probably did happen like that.
Funky chicken while he's getting shot or run over.
You get hit hard enough in your legs, though, that'll kill you. Like a lot of important veins and shit down there that can spill
maybe not
out.
immediately though.
I'm looking for the video because I love it. But there's this video of like Black Lives Matter or somebody like that trying to jam up an interstate at night, and this car comes along and he's speeding, maybe 90, 100, I don't know, but he hits these women, and throws one of them so much farther than you thought a human body could be thrown. It's shocking.
Yeah, get out of the road.
Get out of the road. That's where the cars are.
Ukraine war is sending bodies through the air, man. They sent bodies and tank turrets launching all over it. Ukraine war footage is brutal.
Have you seen the new anti-tank drones? Oh my fucking god! They literally take
talk about it like a video game DLC.
You know, like hose clamps that you turn the screw and the clamp gets tighter. And
yes,
they took like 2 big ones and attached a shape charge that like a big imagine warhead to the drone, and then they just fly it into the back of the tank, and it's the shape charge is meant to penetrate armor with that like,
right
copper.
under like where the spinny thing meets the body, and they pop the
in the back.
Off. Yeah,
they hit it in the back where the ammunition. I guess all the ammo, or I think you've got powder. I don't know how Russian tanks work, but I'm guessing maybe there's powder charges and then a projectile that they shove in there. All that shit's, I guess, in a compartment.
Dude, if I were on Reddit, a commenter on Reddit, I'd be like, Russian tank expert here. And then
Russian tank expert here. Actually, don't know very much, but I do know.
Actually, it's an auto loader. I know that.
Yeah, I was about to say that because the Russians have an auto loader and the Americans don't, it means that they store their shells in a more vulnerable spot, like right near the turret. And it turns out, now that they're being kind of battle tested, that makes the turrets pop off when you hit them with drones. Whereas Americans, Ukrainians are a little safer with their protected ammo.
Those Russian tanks would have fared better in the 70s when they were designed, and if they could have swept across Europe back then, no problem, because there weren't cheap ass
tanks.
They almost look like they're from the 40s. I know they've updated the design, but visually they look the same to me.
Yeah, it's Cold War shit.
Russia's strategy is like cheap, easy to maintain shit. Like they will never. Like they don't seem to go the digital route on a lot of stuff. Like they want cheap, easy to maintain shit that's easy to manufacture. So I don't think they'll ever compete in like the tank world. In lots of it, yeah. Speaking of tanks, like the first boats weren't huge. It took a long time to work up to aircraft carriers.
Okay.
Can you imagine how sick it would be if we had and it wouldn't even have to be the most effective, practical thing of all time. It would just be like a show of strength. Like we have a tank that's like 150 yards long and it's like 80 yards wide and it's rolling like it's like a rolling city. It's like a battleship, but it's a tank. It's a land battleship.
It's a genius idea. You could start with the ship actually, right? Put some wheels on a nice Corvette. Right? Yeah, on a frigate?
No, it has to look like a tank, though. it has to look like a tank. That's my idea.
We're taking your idea. We're stealing it.
It's like, have you seen that Nazi rail gun they made back in the
40s? When you were talking about this.
They apparently,
Gustav rail gun.
I guess they didn't actually end up using it often.
They did because
no, but not often, because I guess a saboteur got in and destroyed some key mechanisms in it with a bomb or something. And then afterward, they're like, well, the amount it would take to fix this isn't worth what the fucking thing ended up doing. But something like that would be sick. Not a railgun, though. We don't want, we can be anywhere. Like you roll around, you're not on a rail system. Genius. Wouldn't that be sick?
You know how
that'd shake the ground.
They don't have one turret. They have like a triple. It should have a triple like a ship.
Yes, it has. Well, it could have one big major one, and then it can have smaller turrets on the sides. There's a ton of room.
So this is a mouse tank.
How big is that? Is that like really huge? No, I mean it's in the world of tanks.
The biggest tank ever.
The biggest tank ever. Okay.
Yeah. So they proposed a much larger version of this.
Who made this? America,
Germany.
Russia.
Look at the helmets, bro.
Oh,
look how stylish everyone is.
Yeah, everybody's looking pretty slick.
What are they doing on the sides of it? They're making it muddy?
Now this one looks crappy. Oh, look, there's a hammer and sickle. Of course it's crappy.
I bet it's stuck. I don't see the hammer sickle.
It looks like it's right on the side there.
It's upside down though.
I would imagine that. Yeah, that is.
Maybe that's for a kill or something.
Full screen, I see it easily.
I think maybe that's a sign of disrespect, or maybe even it wouldn't be a kill because
either way, that is not the kind of tank I'm talking about. Something cool.
Yeah,
Like-
no, they proposed. What I was going to say is they proposed a much more gigantic version. It was during the period of the war where they were doing poorly, and they started proposing those wonder weapons to Hitler. You know, the jet fighters and the ICBMs and all the craziness, and also like looking for Arthurian artifacts, looking for the Shroud of Turin and the fucking Ark of the Covenant and all that stuff. They were really doing that shit. But they had this. It was gigantic. It would have been like you said, like a land battle.
Land ship.
Like a land ship, yeah. Just
and wouldn't that
absurd.
be sick? It would have to be huge to disperse the weight, so that it's not just like creating.
Wouldn't
trenches.
be a lawn dart.
Yeah. Like, but that would be, and I get it. It's not practical, but that's cool as shit. A ship-sized tank that we can, and it can shoot from so far away. Maybe it would be a little bit practical.
Well, no. The idea was that it would be so armored that it could withstand any air attack or any direct attack. There would just be feet and feet of armor that it just wouldn't matter what you hit it with.
That's a good idea.
Rolling bunker.
Yeah, we should. Why don't we do that?
I like.
I think we
figured
so
out
much on
some other
military.
shit.
Let's do something cool with it.
I think they do.
Now, something visually cool for
Let's
us.
push off universal health care for 10 more years and get Taylor's tanks in here.
We're never.
If we get a big enough tank, okay.
You'll get. We're going to the moon long before we're getting universal health care. Now that's
you got to keep your population hungry. Make them work for that medical.
Yeah, we need. Fuck.
Or marry.
I was going to say Nazi scientists are the way to get this done, but they're
Sound
gone
like a
now.
girl.
What a novel
I
code.
was gonna say we did take a lot of their stuff.
We did. Well, I mean, you don't just leave good work on the fucking floor. You go, oh, hey, we just conquered this part of Germany. Hey, there's a lot of interesting maths regarding rockets here. Let's just go ahead and let's stuff that in the jacket pocket. You know, hey, you looking for free clearance after World War II? You want to go to the moon? And he's like, yeah. And then that's just what they did. It's like, yeah, I was never that big on the whole war thing anyway. I'm mostly a guy who's autistic for the moon.
The talented Nazis got utilized, and the non-talented ones got executed.
Yeah, where they were like, I bet that was like a funny interview.
Kyle just leaked Trump's immigration strategy.
Yes. I mean, look, who doesn't want that immigration strategy? I think there should be a filter. All right, that's all. Just a filter.
Whoa, a filter of who can enter a country? What are you?
It's imagine a screen. It's a screen door. That would be the Kyle policy. It'd be a screen door. You know that, and I would
no more wall, just screen doors.
All the bugs, all the insects, and the vermin. They get stuck. The mosquitoes, stuff like that. They can't make it through the screen door. You know.
No, the Taylor test is that we go even further. We're gonna reconfirm citizens. We're gonna make them take one of those 1940s spelling voting tests, and everyone who fails it, you got to go. Sorry, you're Mexican now.
If I'm one of the senators on the we're putting the test together, and we all get to enter. Well, the state of Georgia will never sign unless we have a few questions of our own included in the quiz. Like, what question would you want to interject?
I've got my question. It's not a question. It's not a verbal one. We have two doors. For the guys, there's an IQ test of some sort. For the girls, we just make the door 12 inches wide.
12
and if
inches
they can
wide.
get in, they're allowed in.
They have to walk up to they have to pace towards a wall. And if their nose hits before their tits, you're out.
Oh, my God. Clearly, it's anti-Semitic. It's a Taylor guy. What is he doing?
No, the Jewish gals will be fine. They got those big milkers.
It's 1942 all over again.
The last, dude. If there was a question for voting rights, that was what does a semicolon do? What percentage of the country do you think can still vote that year?
Oh, if you don't give me multiple choice, man, I think you're separating two. I can't give you a straight answer on that. What is a semicolon? What does a semicolon do?
Oh shit! So it breaks up two thoughts in a compound sentence ish. How close am I?
That's close. Yeah, it separates two independent clauses.
That's it.
Yeah.
See, I would have gotten the multiple choice.
See, but in Taylor's America, you can't vote.
No, exactly
even the same as
I guess it's the same as Biden's America.
Biden's America can't vote either. This is those parallel universes all end up the same.
But that's just someone picking a question of something they know. If they picked something else that was easy for them, mathematically, I wouldn't be able
I want
to
an
vote.
essay. I want an essay.
I'd give up my vote if we can go back to Kings.
I like essays because you end up getting graded by your handwriting, and that's not fair to me.
You can type it, Woody. We provide typewriters.
You winning me over.
You provide
if you can't type, you can't get in. By the way, we don't want any non-typing people here.
Exactly.
It's 2024. If you can't type, like it's fine if you can't type. If you're already American, you get grandfathered in, but no new non-typers.
Yeah, you're too generous.
Henpecking's going to be over in the next 10 years in this country. In my America.
Okay.
What would the essay be though?
Oh, well, it's based on a question, and it's like, do you believe that the United States is exceptional, and if so, why? What makes the United States exceptional? I want to know why you think United States is the place to be. Are you here because this is like I had a binary situation? It was like either I stay in poverty or go to where all the money is. Is that why you're here? I don't need you.
Yeah.
Like, are you here because you have this really well-formed understanding of what makes the United States an exceptional place to live, and you want to chip into that situation and reap the benefits of it by becoming an American and by like putting into the system? Do you have some plan in place, or do you just want to like be set free on the streets to run amok? Like I don't know. I need to know what's in your heart, but I don't know if I'm going to get there with some. Remember that scene in Sopranos where they're sitting there memorizing answers to the immigration exam? He's like, "Who led civil rights movement?"
CIA.
They were fighting against the civil rights movement, Taylor, but close. You don't get in. Now you can't vote.
No, you're wrong on that.
What are you talking about? They were
I literally
Martin
don't
Luther
know.
King.
I was just antagonizing.
They killed Martin Luther King. The FBI killed Martin Luther King.
Well, the CIA. They were in his pocket. See, you might not know that. As someone who made it up just now.
You know, they recorded him having they recorded him having sex, and they were trying to expose his affairs and stuff. Like
I did hear
him,
about that. Yeah.
Tell him to kill himself, like writing him those letters. Like, you should just kill yourself.
And I heard that, and I'm like, man, I'm split on this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On MLK or on J. Edgar Hoover?
Yes.
Oh, I saw I linked it earlier. Brandon Herrera made a video, I'm guessing today. I didn't look at the date.
No, it was older.
Okay, good. It was like breaking down the MLK assassination, and that thumbnail is wild.
Shout out Brandon. Brandon rules.
My goodness. I like that. I like the thumbnail. He just didn't give a fuck.
I clicked on the video, but I didn't see the thumbnail. Can you describe it?
Oh, it's Martin Luther King giving a quasi Hitler salute, and there you go. And then there's a bullseye on his head, and then Brandon's, well, there you go.
That's funny, but that's not a Hitler salute. He's waving. Come on.
Well, you know how it is. They
his
caught
hands
him
this way. That's a wave.
That's
what
like
would a Hitler salute look like?
Hitler.
Hitler's was when he like kind of went like that, but it was close to the chest.
Was
like
it more forward out? Like
no, you're not gonna get me on that one. No, you're not gonna get me fucking Sig Highland. But no, we've talked about it many times. Everybody else did the toodly do, the real one, and then Hitler just kind of did like, yeah.
That's a Key and Peele bit, by the way. Have you seen it?
No. The only Key and Peele bit I've seen is when they're like calling their girlfriends bitches.
Watch
quietly,
the Nazi shit.
And that's
The Nazi shit's really good. There's one there's one where there's black people with white face trying to hide from like a Jew hunter or a Negro hunter or something like that. I can't remember which. And it's like he's like asking them questions and interrogating them, and they're clearly very black. And then there's one where I think they're laying in the floor playing dead, and they're clearly, it's completely different, but it's Nazis. They're pretending like they're dead because there was just a gunfight, and they're clearly not dead. And like the Nazi commandant is going on and on about how cool it was to meet Hitler, and his underling is like noticing that the black soldier is alive, not dead. He's like, sir. It's like, stop interrupting me. I'm almost done with it. Yeah, those are good. I like their Nazi shit.
I'll check it out. Sounds funny. I don't know.
Key and Peele is generally pretty good.
Much about that.
I know you don't like.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I know you don't like him because he's a racist.
Who?
Key.
Oh, I've never seen his movies, so I don't
really
actually know what they're about.
They're really good.
Yeah, you've said they're all right, but you've also said that they're not actually scary. So I'm not going to watch a horror movie it's not really scary.
What is scary though? What horror movie scares you, or like?
So I don't necessarily like my favorite horror movie is The Thing, the John Carpenter movie.
Yeah,
that's definitely my number one, probably by a good bit. It's so well done.
Is it
the pacing is good. It's older. It's in the I think it's the late 70s, maybe
70s
early 80s, something like that. And it's very good at being unnerving. Like it has like the gore and all that. That's not scary, especially coming from someone now who's seen a lot more gruesome gore in films that looks more realistic. But like the unnerving aspect of it, I like a lot, of like not knowing who is the beast, who is the impersonator, who isn't.
Yeah.
That's what's scary now to me as an adult, right? As a kid, it was about some jump scare of someone coming out of the woods or behind that door.
Mm-hmm.
As an adult, it's not scary unless I'm thinking about it the next time I'm in the dark walking through tall grass.
Yeah. Or like, what's that one? Is it Kyle? Which one's Conjuring and which one's Sinister?
So the Conjuring is the one with the couple who like do paranormal stuff. The guy, the man and the woman, and they go to his name. It's the guy from Band of Brothers. They go to his house to deal with some demons and spooks that they got going on there. And I think Sinister is the one where you've got the Bagul, which is the child stealing demon who tricks the kids into or convinces the children to murder their own families and then records it. And Ethan Hawke finds all those recordings of it upstairs.
I think you're correct. You talking about both of them reminded me. I like both of them. Like they're both very good, but The Conjuring is genuinely creepy.
The first one is excellent.
The first Conjuring is great, and scary movies are hard to do right because it's so easy to fuck up or to overplay your hand and make it appear silly instead of
I said a long time ago that the Babadook really, really bothered me, and I think some people watched it and said
it didn't get me. That one didn't.
Yeah, but like when I was watching it, I had to turn it off because it was so upsetting. Like there was a part where the Babadook was like the lady's in bed and it's nighttime and her bedroom door just opens creakily and it like crawls in on the ceiling and it's like a spider almost crawling around the ceiling and she's hiding under the covers from it. And when she peeks, it's crawled right on above her bed, but it's doing this backwards neck thing looking at her and it just pounces on her face. And I was like, all right, that's it.
Yeah.
We're done for the night. We're not going to watch the rest of this.
I haven't watched a good spook in forever. Are you a scary movie guy, Scott?
I like them, but it's kind of the same thing. It's like I think it's more cerebral for me,
Mm-hmm.
Like I like interesting concepts. Like Children of the Corn was probably like one of the like I was kind of like, yeah, the first time I saw that I was younger, but it was like a really good movie. A Nightmare on Elm Street scared the hell out of me when I was a kid too.
My wife is downstairs watching that with my son right now.
Nightmare on Elm Street?
Yeah, from 1984.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't remember being too scared. I saw it too old, I think.
Did you see? I think it's the second one. It's the gay one. It's the one with all the gay undertones and like the gym teachers like clearly gay and they're at the leather bar.
There's a gay one.
Yeah.
Oh my god! It's either the second or third one. I can't remember which, but I've watched all the interviews and stuff, and like it's funny to see some of the actors are like, yeah, it was clearly very gay. It was gay, and then another guy's like, I had no idea that we were making a gay film, but it has become in the gay community just a cornerstone of what it feels like, the teen angst and the coming out, and it's very, very gay. It's about being gay and dealing with it and everything around it. While in the middle, you've got Freddy Krueger, murdering people. Krueger's even a little sexy with the boy in this one. And I think that they talked about him maybe like licking him or something, but they thought it was too far. There was lots of weird stuff in that movie. It's bizarre. It's not a good movie.
That one.
Skip that one.
All the horrors I see now are just bad. Like I haven't seen a good horror movie in fucking forever.
I feel like HD is a bad way to do horror movies too. I feel like if you see things too clearly, if everything's too crystal, it's kind of there's no mystery or anything like that.
Yeah, I agree. There's something to be said about when we were watching like The Thing, for example, on a fuzzy tube TV that might even been small, and it's like, man, what is that? Well, I can't really see it. It's in the dark. It's now you can see. I don't know. There's something too. Now I'm on the a gigantic 4K TV, and it's everything's crystal clear. If you show too much of the monster, or if your CGI is a little wonky in some way, I'm not afraid of CGI monsters almost ever.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure. The alien abduction thing has always been really scary to me because I kind of believe it just a little, like enough that I'm afraid of it. And I remember that thing Woody said about being in the situation and then being afraid of it. I would, when I was a kid, I would jog to the end of the driveway and back, and it's dark down there. Like we're in the country, and when you get to the end, you're in the woods. And I would always imagine that there were aliens in the woods trying to get me and run as fast as I could back home. And I remember thinking, like, this is as fast as I ever am. This is my fastest when I'm running from the aliens in the woods. And I know it was true. Like, if you had somebody out there with a stopwatch, 100% I'm faster.
Yeah, you were going D1 if they would have had the timer then.
If they had gotten like a scary alien on the sidelines, I could have been like a water boy era, like style talent, where they just got to get the gray alien face out on the sidelines and freak me out. That could have been it.
It's really just most movies now. I'm not like, and I think maybe it's the nature of like streaming services and their business model when it comes to a lot of the movies they make, which is like shotgun. Like, all right, make a lot of them, and if we make enough, a couple of these are going to be unexpected hits.
Have you seen really what would be good a little more? Like you could tell by, well, the ads, but like big time movies, the ads would just hit different. It's like, oh, this Forrest Gump is going to be a major event movie. Saving Private Ryan is going to be dope. Now, good movies and bad movies go straight to streaming, and it's difficult to tell what's good and what's bad.
You don't realize what's a social, I guess, phenomenon until it's like, oh, it's trending on Twitter. I guess a lot of people are watching this. Like there's no way to know because so many people have ads blocked for everything. You don't even have the run up.
Yes.
Have you seen Midsummer? It's by Ari Aster, the same one who did Hereditary. It's where the couple goes to this like weird Norwegian festival out in the country.
I haven't watched it. I should though, because I liked Hereditary. I felt so bad for that funny faced girl.
I love when she dies. It's the best part of the movie. But Midsummer is like weird. It's very upsetting, and it's very like it's creepy. It's because and it's very bright instead of lots of darkness. And for a horror movie, it's bright daylight. I think in every scary scene, like every scary scene is bright daylight. I can't remember what. No one that I knew.
Okay.
But like the girl's face. When you see the girl's face. They memeified the face she makes toward the
crying at the end. I've seen that. Is that it?
There's maybe
she's like smiling and crying or something.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. And there's a part at the beginning. I can't remember what they call it. The Gutenschlepp or something. It's the practice of when the old people would jump off of a cliff to kill themselves in like Viking society because they were useless now, and so you would just they have that out of nowhere at the beginning. And the tourists are just like, what the fuck did we just watch? What the fuck did we just watch? And there's like people smashed on the rocks. I'm like, this is the natural way of things, or however they sound. Not like that exactly. More of an authentic accent.
Why are you so offended? We are just tossing the refuse out the way we do every midsummer. You said the movie title. Like, is that how?
No,
it goes?
that one's good. That one's weird. I can't. I watched the Terrifier recently. Terrifier 2 actually.
That stunk. One. I did not like Terrifier.
That's not my style. It's so gory, like over the top gory, and not comical goriness. Like it's not like whoa, look at all that blood spraying like Akira movies. You know,
It's the Terrifier. That's a clown one, right?
Yes, he tortures people to death, and it's just like I don't want to watch you torture people slowly to death. It's
terrible. Like that's what I don't want in a horror movie. Is I don't want gore, torture. Like am not scared by that. I'm just put off by it. Like it's to the point where it's like,
what about
I
like
don't
home
enjoy
and
this.
Yeah, I'll tell you one that's really uncomfortable, and like it's called Funny People, and it's a home invasion movie where they like hold them hostage and sort of torture and like torment a couple.
Oh, that's not a comedy?
No.
Is it Funny People or Funny Games?
You actually might be right, because I think Funny People is the Adam Sandler movie.
Oh, I was like, dude, Adam Sandler's getting
Is
real.
it funny?
Like,
I think you're right. I think it's going to be Funny Games.
Funny Games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was like a
100%.
Norwegian version or something, and then there was like an American version.
Yes. I've seen some like clips from the Norwegian version or whatever it is, the older one, but I've seen the new one, and it's upsetting.
Like the violence.
Upsetting. Just how drawn out it is, and how it's more mental than physical. It's like letting someone know you're going to do something awful to them, and then like spending 20 minutes talking about it, and then, you know what, maybe I'll wait till later.
It's the type of stuff where if you were going to murder someone you hated, you probably wouldn't even do it that way to them, because you'd be like, nah, I hate this guy, but I just want to get it over with. And
they're just strangers, I think, if I remember it correctly. Like they have no reason to do these things other than they want to.
Ew, that's sinister.
Yeah. That I remember watching that, and that one making me feel like kind of nauseous and kind of sick to my stomach. Like, kind of wish I hadn't watched this. Of course, I was a kid.
If it's too over the top gore and cruel, it can be off-putting, and like, oh, this is it's cruelty and gore for the sake of it, without it like playing into the character's motivations.
This one isn't really
like,
gory.
Oh, you're trying to shock me right now.
Yeah, this one's more mental than like gore. It's more the threat of what they're going to do. Although they do awful things. Okay. I mean, the ending itself is. I don't want to spoil it. You should watch it. It's a dark horror movie.
I'll try it out. What was the title of that one?
Funny Games.
Funny Games.
Yeah.
I'll give that.
I'm glad he corrected me, and somebody didn't rent Funny People and be like, "This isn't scary at all."
this what a pussy.
There's a lot of Steve Carell singing. Once it gets scary,
it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I wish there were more movies and shows I actually enjoyed watching now.
Like, Survivor. You guys are both missing it.
I don't like reality TV really.
This is better than other reality TV.
Not a big fan of it. It doesn't pull me in.
I fucking can't sell a TV show to Kyle. I'm the worst salesman ever.
Well, it's I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
The newest
season 5.
You gotta watch reality TV with a woman though, because like it kind of it's almost like an out. Like if you were sitting down watching Survivor on your own, you might feel a little weird. Yeah. But when you got the girl there, you're like, oh no, she's watching this and I'm watching her watch this. I'm telling her how dumb that person on the TV is.
Yeah. She's watching. She's watching Cake Boss. I'm just
Survivor. Here. There's like, I don't know, 30 people at the start. Like 27 of them are better at this game than I am, and I'm just like watching them make moves, working their strategies. I'm like, fuck, that's actually pretty clever. They're not dummies.
The only one I like, and it's only of clips of it, is like a Gordon Ramsay cooking show. It's fun watching him yell at people briefly, but other than that, not really. And even then, I can't remember the last time I watched a Gordon Ramsay show.
That's what I watch. I watch all of the Gordon Ramsay shows, no matter how shitty they are. I watch him cook with children. I watch him cook with adults. I watch him yell at restaurants and rebuild hotels. I watch all that shit. The man's a billionaire, and he comes out with a new Fox TV show every fucking year. I don't know. I watch them all.
Like I'll just start watching a new show or a movie or something, and always I'm like, is this as good? Are you enjoying this as much as you would just enjoy kind of having old Simpsons, old King of the Hill, that on in the background? It's like, no, like I don't. Like I'd rather watch season 4 Simpsons again than this, uninteresting nonsense. And maybe that's like part of getting older, is that like you want to go back to these things that kind of tickle that nostalgia feeling of like, oh man, I remember watching this season for the first time of The Simpsons, and late grade school, middle school, whatever it was, and like enjoying it, and like that like happy, carefree feeling. snow day feeling. I've
been watching hours and hours of Warhammer lore. Just this character said this to that character. This character made this sword. Then 10,000 years passed. Just hours and hours of that. I really like it.
That's what you're into now.
Yeah. Like every day, probably at least 2 or 3 hours.
We can play Total War Warhammer 3 again sometime.
Oh, see, that's fantasy. That's.
Oh, you're doing 40K.
Yeah, I like the 40K stuff, the Space Marines and all that shit.
I'll get you on Age of Empires eventually. We'll play Rust and Age of Empires. I sent it to you as a gift, so there's no excuse.
You've been watching. Taylor and I have a similar-ish sleep schedule. We're both up pretty early in the morning, and I'll watch him play Age of Empires, and he'll watch me play Tarkov. You're not tempted to come over to Tarkov and manage that ridiculous inventory system and all that horse shit?
No, Tarkov seems too high stakes for that. But like when I've watched you and other people in the Patreon Discord play Rust before, I'm like, all right, this kind of looks fun. I can see myself enjoying this. So I'm happy to play Rust when you're done with Tarkov and get back into it. And I know for a fact, once you play AoE 2, you're going to fall into it just like Age of Mythology, and you'll get good at it, and it will...
I don't know.
If you end up playing regularly, I'll end up getting frustrated because you'll be better than me.
So while I went on ad nauseum, while Tarkov has those high stakes or whatever, nobody's mean to you. Like even when people talk shit and VoIP, they're kind of respectful about it because everybody's 30s and 40s and shit. Like there aren't a lot of children that play the game, or even young people that play the game. But in Age of Empires, they play those like auto
sound effects. Yeah, you can
sound effects.
You can enter numbers.
Ha ha! You are the king of losers. You are the king of... What does it say?
Yeah, you can enter sound effects that play globally through your opponent's ears. So if you type 11, it goes ha, 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 like a laugh, like a condescending laugh happens. And if you hit like 80 or something like that, it goes like some goofy voice. It's like, all hail, king of the losers. And so like your base that you worked so hard on and you're trying to win in a fight, and then he rolls in and he's better than you, and the whole time it's also a flex to show that you're so much better than someone that you've got the extra APM to just type sound effects to them while you're wrecking them. And so I'm just getting like ha 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 and king of the losers. I actually downloaded a Trump taunt pack. It was like an included mod in the game. Like the mods in the game, you just click check mark. And so if I put in like 456 or whatever, you can get Trump to say stuff like, "What a disgusting shithole you live in. I can't believe you're even upset I'm destroying it." Like weird stuff like that.
See, that's
that you can play while you're doing. It is disrespectful, but I don't have the AP. I'm not good enough. I've never sent a taunt in a game, like because I'm so focused on trying to be decent at it and not
say
lose.
It was 11. How hard is it to hit 11?
Dude, you are nonstop doing something in this game. You're managing an economy. You're managing a raid. You're managing getting raided. You're trying to manage your upgrades. You're dealing with your resources.
Like you're prioritizing winning over taunting.
I am, and I'm on a fucking. Not to brag, but I'm on a hot streak. Yeah, I'm saying I'm being taunted by this guy. This guy yesterday.
What's he gonna type? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
This guy yesterday beat me senseless. Like at no point in the game did I have a chance. It was beyond frustrating, upsetting, just getting owned like that. I've never experienced. I've always been good about not getting tilted in games because I just don't put that much stock in it. Like I die after a big kill streak in Call of Duty. It's like, oh damn it, that stinks. But in this game, when I've been building my farms so perfectly and I'm right about to hit Castle Age and get my knights on the field and start claiming map control and going on the offensive, and then he sends a bunch of archers shooting my villagers off the wood line or off my gold, I'm tilted. I'm like, heart's beating faster than it does when I work out. And I'm like, all right, let's get these guys over there. We can move them over here. Oh no, they're in on the other side too. Okay. All right. We can manage this. And then there is a point in your head where it's like being on the Titanic where you're like, there's no coming back. Like
I get more afraid in a Tarkov gunfight sometimes than I do when I was being sentenced in federal court. My fucking hands will go numb from the adrenaline rush. Like I'll have so much adrenaline going that my hands go tingly and the fingers and shake. and I have to literally shake my hands out and like clap them together and then put them back on the mouse and keyboard. Like I have to. I get so fucking stressed out by that shit. So if somebody was taunting me about something I care so fucking much about for some goddamn reason, that would ruin my day. See,
you got to get good enough to be on the taunting. Like I'll get good enough that I can taunt. Eventually,
there's just more gentlemen playing Tarkov. That's what it is. Everybody's very
You got to jump on. You'll have so much fun with me. We'll have a blast.
Perhaps
you're good at RTS. You'll pick it up quickly.
I'm good at RTS when I devote my fucking existence to it. I'm not just talented at RTS.
We wrecked people 2v2 in Age of Mythology.
Do you remember the spreadsheets and the fucking note taking?
I do. It was fun, dude. Play. I don't remember. I think who did you play? We always played the same two. I played Loki so I could temple rush him, and then you built behind.
So probably the Egyptians or something like that. I probably had some like walking Carafact with like laser eyes or something crazy that I would bring out on them.
Yeah, you'd have so much fun, dude. It's such a fun game.
I'm having fun at Tarkov. I'm playing so much Tarkov that I'm getting kind of good at it. I'm fucking clicking people in the head. It's nice. Some guy was like
Tarkov though.
Some guy was like strafe jumping today and just clicked him in the fucking head with one tap with a. Oh, it felt so good. It feels so good, Taylor. I take all their goods. I take their juice. I drink their juice. I take all their odds and ends and doodads. I take
when I get a win, I see my little ELO number go up, and then when I get a loss, I see that little ELO.
I try
number
not to look at my.
Did you buy better clothes yet, Kyle? Did you invest in your drip?
So it's actually one of the cheapest clothing items you can buy. It matches the snow though. I went for like purpose. Instead of getting the cool shit, I got the lightest colors that you can buy and wore those. So it's a white jacket and light blue pants. So I blend in better with the snowy environment that Tarkov has right now.
You need to fucking go in there balls swinging with the Pilgrim and some black and white.
They took the recoil down to Call of Duty levels and nobody moves. And I mean, I know it's always been like that, but I mean, nobody fucking moves. It's that you can buy an M4 in that game, like ready to go for 150,000 rubles, like ready, made, built, like a trade. And it's as good as the best meta M4s used to be. It's like no recoil with a scope, like just drilling holes in people's heads. They may have been too aggressive with the recoil. It's very easy to burn people down in that game right now.
Do you game at all, Scott?
Yeah, he said he's been playing a lot of Fallout. He said lately,
and
streaming
for that.
Maybe streaming and making videos and shit.
Yeah. I was actually going to ask about what game you were talking about. Was it Age of Empires?
Age of Empires 2. Yeah,
nice.
The
Is
greatest
that on Steam?
It's on Steam. Yeah, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. It's a game for kings. It's the best game of all time. It's the most complicated game of all time. It's so
the most
fucking
complicated
difficult.
Game of all time.
It's okay. What's more complicated?
I mean,
what requires more APM? I suck at it. I'm not saying I'm a good gamer.
What's that space game? EVE Online, where they've got those giant economies and they have battles with like hundreds of thousands of real dollars being burnt up in space.
Yeah, that's not a game. That's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Online.
I think Anthony Cumia got addicted to EVE Online back in the day or something like that. But
Dick Masterson used to play and make money.
Addicted to no AOE. It's so complicated. There's so much to remember. There's so much to do. It's shocking. I remember playing as a kid and being like, oh, I'm not going to go kill that boar. I know he'll attack my villager. And so just playing it calmly as a child, I'll just make some nice pretty farms and do this. And now as an adult, you watch YouTube videos and it's so fucking sweaty. It's so sweaty. It's you need to go up at 18 pop in order to hit the scout rush because your opponent's going to be running this build order. And if you go up too slow, you're going to be fucked. And every little thing, there's opportunities for error. Oh, I lured the boar too slow. Oh, I hit the wrong, I pop capped myself. I didn't get people to wood fast enough. Oh, I started going up to feudal age and I didn't move 4 people from sheep to wood so that I can hit the scout rush with the stable as soon as I hit. It's so complicated, but it's so fun. And I'm bad at it. I suck.
That's the best. Honestly, that's the best. The most fun you're going to have at a game it's when you love the game and you love playing the game, but you're bad at it. You're still bad at it.
I'm in the zone, baby.
You haven't gotten those noob gains yet from that first little carouse around YouTube.
Oh, I have the noob gains. Like if I play with someone who's only played in like private matches with their friends, I'll probably whoop up on them. But online, those people, dude, I see those fucking Chinese characters come up in my opponent list, and I'm like, all right, fingers cracked, coffee down, like time to play. I'm like nervous when the game is
losing time, baby.
It's losing time. It's time to get absolutely destroyed by this guy.
I don't think there's ever been a gaming community ever that's more connected and integrated with its streaming and video making community than Tarkov. Tarkov is strewn with streamer items. Each of the streamers gets his own item in the game. And I mean little streamers. Everybody seemingly gets
Oh, that's
one.
cool.
And so like if I'm in a Tarkov game and I just randomly come upon a player that's willing to chat, I'd be like, hey, do you know Pastilli? Oh yeah, of course I know Pastilli. You know Landmark? Yeah, I watch Landmark all the time. Like 100% of the time. You're not going to run into somebody in that game who doesn't watch the video.
Does it not have a huge player base? I imagined it had a really
They don't release numbers.
Okay.
But you can judge mostly by like Twitch numbers when they do drops, which is when viewers of Twitch get rewarded with in-game items for the amount of hours they view. You tie all your accounts together.
That's great.
There'll be a couple 100,000 people watching live continuously on one channel. So it's a fairly big community. I don't know how it compares to other big games.
You said you played Fallout, or were thinking about streaming it. Is it just Fallout you're into, or are you into like the Skyrim side of those games as well?
No, I'm into Elder Scrolls too. I stream Fallout New Vegas right now on Sundays, but I'm also playing through Fallout 2. I want to play tomorrow. What's that?
Sorry, I was going to ask, is this your first New Vegas playthrough?
Oh, no. Fucking at least my like 15th.
I'm on a similar. That's my favorite Fallout game by far. I really like it's so dark. There's child fucking trafficking and cannibals and pedophilia and all sorts of nasty shit in that game. It's a good game.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of options that you can go to. That's the thing about Fallout 4. I'm actually double pissed off about Fallout 4 because like that's the game Boston gets is Fallout 4. Fucking yeah. You're kind of railroaded the whole game, but New Vegas, you feel like you actually do have a bit of a choice, even if a lot of the end points are kind of similar.
Yeah, there's multiple avenues to take at the end of New Vegas and feel like you did the right thing or the just thing or even the thing that you would do or your character would do. But at the end of 4, it's like, I don't know. Y'all guys seem like kind of evil and shit, right?
Yeah.
Y'all the bad guys, huh?
I joined the Brotherhood. I joined that's the only Fallout I ever played, and I joined the Brotherhood because that was the only team that has fucking mechs.
Well, power armor. Yeah. Well, they're kind of like might is right, authoritarian, military and fascist.
And on my playthrough, they ended up being correct.
Yes.
And if I play it again, I'm going Brotherhood. I'm gonna hang out with those underground losers until I can complete that quest that makes my gun better. And then
the railroad.
I'm cleaning house at the railroad.
Frankly, that's what I do too. I stay with the railroad until I get, I don't know what it is, some end game kind of item, and then I'm like, y'all gotta go.
Yeah, you guys are lame as shit. Do you know who you're up against? They have a fucking Zeppelin with mech suits up there, and you guys are in a leaky basement.
The Institute's got a goddamn teleporter like Star Trek, dude. They got Commander Data's running around zapping people, but they're super evil.
Yeah, the Institute. They seemed like the most evil in the
by far,
and it wasn't even.
I do like the twist. That was an interesting twist in that game, but once you know it and then you like replay it, it kind of takes. There's no. I don't know. It takes something away from it, knowing the end and knowing how it's. I don't know. I love New Vegas. I haven't played it in a while, but the main reason for that, each time I try to play it, I'm like, I'm gonna mod it just the way I want. Okay, and then I'll spend days modding it, and I'll
not play.
But I'm not real. When I mod games, it's not. I don't often have a really good understanding of everything I'm doing while I'm doing it. The tutorial I might watch might just say move this here, slide that there, without giving you that broader depth of understanding. So I'll accidentally move a folder somewhere it's not supposed to go, or a file to a folder that it's not supposed to go into, and the whole thing breaks. And it's like a needle in a haystack, except you don't know what needles look like.
Yeah. Time to uninstall and reinstall the vanilla game.
not even that will fix it sometimes, because I've done things to other files outside of the game. I've done things to my PC. So I will factory restore after a failed mod attempt of New Vegas and get so mad. I get so mad that I'm just like, I'm gonna go play a fucking game that I don't have to spend days and watch. Like I'll have so many tabs open. The easiest way to mod I'll fuck it up somehow because I want so many script extenders and stuff installed too. I don't want to do it the easy way. I want my chick to have big titties. I want them to have like physics. I want to be able to add He-Man's fucking sword. I want to do a lot of shit. And, because I want like the perfect experience, but I'll usually fizzle out after 2 days of trying to do that and not get it done. New Vegas was harder to mod than 4, big time.
Yeah, I tried to mod New Vegas just to like make it run smoother and stuff like that, and it didn't quite work. I really don't know how people are able to mod like that. It's like a learning curve to it.
New Vegas run more smoothly? Isn't that game like 15 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, I was told you mod it and it doesn't crash as much and shit like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was a rushed, problematic game. But they did a really good job. The script, the story's great, but it has some bugs.
I was stuck on the 15-year-old game not running smoothly. Like at this point, Skyrim runs on a home pregnancy test. If New Vegas can't run on your PC, what the fuck? I mean, you run it at 4K or whatever. Still, like it looks amazing. Like when you're running all the mods and texture packs and everything. All those games do. If you're modding the game, like
I'll play New Vegas then. I need to download the mods and texture packs and all that. And is it not? Okay, how many clicks is it?
What we're talking about right now is that we can't do it. Like Scott and I have failed at it.
Yeah,
I did it once.
The fact that they're setting their
but sometimes you're just built different.
Touche, yeah.
I got it to work like 5 years ago and had a great time.
Dude, the way I like mods in my game is the way like AoE 2 does it, where you go to the fucking mods tab and you just click check mark next to all the ones you like, and then you go back to main menu and they're all there.
Yeah,
it's like, this is great.
There's a bunch of different kinds of mods. There are some mods that do exactly that. You go on to the Nexus mod manager and you're like, oh, this one gives me a green hat. Click,
I got a mod that replaced the AoE 2 soundtrack with the Lord of the Rings soundtrack.
Oh, that's good.
And it usually the beginning of the game, it starts me off in the Shire. Everything's fine. It's going calm. It's good. And then sometimes when shit gets real later in the game, like Helm's Deep music is playing, and that's like a perfect little thing because Lord of the Rings soundtrack, some of the best music ever. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's not John Williams, but whoever did it did a good job.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really good. It's I lost my train of thought. What game were we talking about just before that?
Fallout.
New Vegas,
Fallout, AoE 2, Fallout 4, Skyrim. It's gone now.
It's gone now. It's not coming
That's what
back.
happens. That's the power of THTA.
I was going to say Grand Theft Auto. I was going to say I think I'm going to play Grand Theft Auto a good bit when it comes out. I'm excited for that. That looks like that looks like the most technologically advanced game there's ever been, right? I kind of like that they spend so much money on it. It's like it's like so a huge studio spent hundreds of millions of dollars, thousands of people collaborating to make a thing that I can buy for $60.
That's why I saw Avatar 2. I was like, I'm not super into the Avatar universe or anything, but it's like a big thing somebody worked on. It's why I watch the fucking World Cup soccer now and then. It's like I'm not even that into soccer, but obviously I'm calling it soccer.
Yeah.
But this is a thing that the whole world's caring about right now. Let's look.
Yeah, I just liked it. Something about how much money and how much time and effort went into it. I'll definitely play the story. I like to be able to make the character look like what I want the character to look like, which is always a white woman. And so that's why I didn't play Grand Theft Auto 5.
Wow, fucking
couldn't be a white woman.
You had to be a black man. You had to be, and I didn't want to be. I really wanted to be a white woman.
Wait, no, like GTA 5, you shift. Like you pick what character you want to be in the moment. You can be the black guy, the white guy who's normal, or the white guy who's crazy.
Oh,
you sure?
Yeah.
I really should have bought the game then.
You're like, you can be the black.
Is it too late to buy the game now?
Normal guy.
Yes. Like that's what I remember, right? Because my favorite character was that like lunatic white guy. What was his name? That he'd be like, "Oh, it's time to go crazy," and he'd like drive his fucking truck around. Like all his missions were more fun. Yeah, you like hit like B or X or whatever, and it like pulled up the menu, and you could switch between the three characters.
I didn't play it because of that. So I could probably go back to it now, huh?
Yeah, you could just avoid one storyline. Well, you're gonna have to play as the black guy because some of his storylines are very fun. Where
did we start out with?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You tried to sneak the black guy in.
When you're right, you're right.
This is like that Jack Reacher show all over again.
It is. They're trying to make Kyle play as a black man, but Kyle is a proud white man.
I have no. We are not allowed to be proud.
He is the proudest white man you've ever seen.
We're ashamed.
Telling me white pride.
Kyle says, "I'm proud to be."
I can't wait to stand for the black national anthem at the Super Bowl this year. I'm
gonna kneel for the black national anthem.
Do we all? Does anybody want to bet on the Super Bowl with me? Because I think it's Chiefs all the way. Anybody want to bet against
Chiefs?
The Eagles have to be favored.
The Eagles aren't in the Super Bowl.
Excuse me, the Niners.
49ers. I hope the 49ers are favors. Mahomes is apparently good in being the underdog, but then I see other stats where it's like, no, you just cherry pick this. He's always good. Like he's fine. So hopefully he can bring another fucking what is the NFL championship trophy called?
The Lombardi.
The Lombardi. Okay, hopefully he can bring another Lombardi trophy to the proud state of Missouri.
It's a different one every year.
I don't know.
Or I'm asking. I don't know.
Kansas City play for Kansas?
No, KC's in Missouri.
I'm not falling for your propaganda.
Overland Park is a suburb in KC that's in Kansas, and it's the nicest area of Kansas City. But like they play in Missouri. The stadium's in Missouri.
No one believes you.
You don't have to. We're Sports City, baby. We got Stanley Cup in 2019. Super Bowl 2020, Super Bowl 2022. We don't have a basketball team. We say, who needs it? We don't even want a basketball team. Basketball's gay and it sucks. Hockey and football are the only sports that matter. And MMA. I'll throw you guys a bone there, man. MMA is.
I don't like any. Cool. I don't like any of that shit. If I'm being honest, it's just a drag.
You like football?
I don't know. I like hanging out with people watching football, I guess, but I don't really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when I'm watching football, usually I'm like hanging out with buddies.
See, the problem is I get too invested in things. Like when I get upset and there's no reason to be upset because I'm a grown ass man watching children play a fucking sport on TV, and yet I can't watch a University of Georgia football game without getting upset. I get nervous. I get nauseous. I get mad. I get real mad. Then I start feeling like, like there's been some sort of the refs are in on something, and then I get all conspiratorial.
You're a Georgia fan.
On message boards.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Uga died. Uga died. Our fucking mascot died.
The dog died.
The dog died. The dog died after the season because
they'll get a new one. It's fucking Hollywood magic.
When they told the dog that they had come down and not let us go to the playoffs, the dog killed itself.
So will the next dog be named Uga too? That's how we handle fish.
Actually, we're on to like Uga 16 or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm on to Hector too.
That's awful. You got to give him a new name, man.
No. I like to pretend the first one never died.
Jesus, imagine if somebody did that with their kid.
That would
good, Hank.
Pretty...
Oh, that's a good idea.
GH. Yeah. Dad, you can't name him Good Hank.
Let's wrap up. I haven't eaten yet. I'm so hungry.
Scott, where can everybody find all the content you're making?
YouTube.com, Scott Sullivan MMA, Instagram. Shit, what's my... Oh, yeah, Scott Sullivan MMA on Instagram. Twitter, Sullivan_MMA.
Check him out. That's all linked below. Give him a follow.
Check him out.
Thank you very much, guys.
685.